Hello, hello. How are we doing today, friends? Oh, alrighty. Hi. So I have been informed that apparently there's this video by this dude called Overzealots that he released recently, and a lot of people have been trying to get Learnerbox to react to this 1 hour and 44-minute monstrosity of a video. The only reason why I'm interested in going through this at all is because it is neatly time-stamped, and it looks like he doesn't like ramble on. There's like, it seems like it's neatly divided up into various sections, and some of these look like they are pretty spicy. Like, let's see, these are the myths. A two-state solution is the only way forward. This is a myth, apparently. If Palestinians stopped fighting, there'd be peace. The PA is the only acceptable Palestinian partner. This all started on October 7th. I don't know if anyone is saying that. Israel only ever defends itself. Israel is the West's greatest ally. The Gaza Ministry of Health is inflating the numbers. Palestinian schools teach anti-Semitism. I mean, I'm pretty sure this has been proven by looking at like, or not like anti-Semitism. I see he's probably actually, well, they do teach anti-Semitism, but he's doing like a very like sort of strange sleight of hand here, it looks like, where he's probably just going to ignore every bad thing that Palestinian schools teach, you know. This is the guy who Loner got Teuton to admit is anti-Semitic. Oh, really now? I'll be interested to see that. There is no apartheid. I mean, I watched a little bit of this. I feel like it won't take too long to go through this. There is a bunch of stuff that's in here. It seems like this is one of those people who probably has a very narrow view of what anti-Semitism is. Wait, is release the hostages on this list? There isn't a genocide in Gaza. Israel's the only democracy in the region. There's no apartheid. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There's no famine in Gaza. Hamas is stealing aid. Human shields. Oh, this one's going to be fun. Release the hostages. Oh my God. That's not, yeah, I don't know why he would call this myth. Oh, he's calling it every Zionist talking point. Okay, well, in that case, I should probably change the title then, because I'm not. He did do another video about like Israel's founding myths, but I'm not interested in Zionist talking points. Okay, there we go. Saying the Roman exile was a Zionist myth. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if people are pulling stuff from the Bible, they're probably gonna like they'll be able to say it's a myth, but that's not really from the Bible because obviously that's documented by Roman historians too. But you know, in any case, we're gonna watch this at 1.5 speed. Let's go.
This program is brought to you by Ground News. This is Howard W. Campbell Jr.
I would just like to say, I cannot believe that Ground News is like sponsoring all of these fucking propagandists.
He's a fictional character from my favorite book, Mother Night by Kurt Vonnegut, who served as an American spy during the Second World War. He eventually took up a position as a Nazi propagandist who stirred up racist fervor about the genocide. But the thing was, his heart wasn't really in it. He was an undercover American spy, remember?
He's talking about us, guys. He's talking about us and Loner and yeah.
Without spoiling the book, his role as a propagandist for a genocide served its purpose, regardless of what his real intentions had been. He facilitated the spread of dangerous misinformation, defended the indefensible, and inspired the unimaginable. At the end of the day, it didn't matter whether or not he believed in what he was saying. The outcome was the same. I think there's a parallel to be made between this fictional character and the behavior we've seen from those who occupy positions in the media today. From the corporate outlets who, for one reason or another, defend or minimize the brutality of the Israeli state. Maybe their funding sources don't permit
Zog.
Anti-Zionist stance, maybe they're genuinely ideologically in line with Israel.
Ha!
Some more niche
Oh,
internet
no.
creators who, whether it be due to audience capture and spite
It's
or shady
destiny.
funding sources that would rather
Ooh, a chorus call out.
they not talk about the genocide. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if they're genuine
Oh, I've never read Slaughterhouse-5. I probably should.
or not. The outcome remains. In my last video, I set out to refute common Zionist arguments about the formation of the State of Israel and other historical talking points. This time, I want to do the same thing, but focus on more contemporary arguments. It's not uncommon to hear Zionist claims that there is actually no genocide or apartheid in Palestine, that Hamas steals aid and uses human shields, that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and that Palestinian textbooks teach kids to hate. We'll go over all of these lies and more and refute them. Parsing through and reading about these contentious topics can be time-consuming and draining, and it's hard to know who's even giving you the full picture. That's why I've been using Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. They're a website and app that show you how a story is being covered across the political spectrum, so you can quickly spot which outlets are pushing the narrative and which ones are ignoring things altogether. And each story comes with a visual breakdown on things like the source's political bias, their factuality, and ownership details. Taking a look at this story about a UN-backed hunger monitor declaring famine in Gaza City, it's pretty easy to see which side of the political spectrum cares to promote it. Headlines on the left tend to use more accusatory language, highlighting the devastation caused by Israel, while headlines on the right often read as cold and calculated.
What? I don't know why you would say this is kind of just like a neutral reading, but I guess to you that's cold and calculated. Also, I love how he picked the Epoch Times. Like, I'm sure that there is probably a better example that he could have chosen, but I guess that he just wanted to choose, like, you know, one of the worst examples.
Most of the coverage is also coming from outlets to the left of center, with only a few right-leaning outlets picking it up, making this a blind spot for the right. Ground News has a blind spot feed that services stories disproportionately covered by one side, so you can spot conversations your usual outlets might miss. Stories exactly like this one. It's because of this that I got you all 40%.
It's actually really funny to see these people using Ground News, or like to throw Ground News out there as like a source, and then like proceed to like basically become crazy propagandists who get absolutely nothing out of using Ground News, apparently. You think
And off the same vent.
You think that it would be helpful to you guys.
This plan I've been using. Just go to groundnews.com/over, use the QR code here on screen, or click the link below to get started for under $6 a month. Now let's get back to the video. Why don't the other Arab countries take in the Palestinians?
Why won't Arab states around?
Okay, this is kind of a funny like sort of thing that I feel like in some ways this is kind of like a straw man that he's doing here, because that not everybody who's asking this question is asking it to mean, why won't Arab countries take in the Palestinians and keep them? Like, I don't think, I guess to be charitable to Piers Morgan here, I'm pretty sure he's a two-stater, and he seems to have been fairly moderate on Israel-Palestine. In fact, it seems like he is the best on that particular issue, as opposed to like his views on like the United States, where he is constantly bending over backwards to take whatever Trump has to offer him. But he seems pretty good on like Israel-Palestine, in the sense that he will like regularly have people from both sides on, and he has been critical of both sides. Piers Morgan only believes in whatever gets him content. I'm sure he has some beliefs, but yes, obviously he's very content brained. He is a successful show host after all. But I feel like when he's asking this question, he's not saying, why don't they just take them all and let them resettle there? I feel like he's asking, why don't they just take them in temporarily? And I mean, obviously, fuck the people who say, let's take them all in, or like take them all in permanently, because like there's like a billion reasons why that's not okay. Starting with the fact that Palestinians don't want to leave their homes and move to another country, and they should not be forced to do so. And there's also lots of reasons why they don't want to leave their homes and move to another, and like, even if it were only temporary, they still wouldn't want to leave, because they don't trust that Israel would let them come back, since that's what happened the last time there was a mass exodus of Palestinians from Israeli territory, or from territory that became Israeli. They weren't allowed to go back. And I think that's a reasonable fear for them to have, especially with the current Israeli government that's full of people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich who want them all to leave and never come back.
Gaza take in Palestinian refugees.
The fact that the Arabs won't take in the Palestinians, you can't even bring that up.
It may not seem like...
Okay, now, Piers Morgan is definitely asking this question. Because, or not Piers Morgan, sorry. Jordan Peterson's definitely asking it because he would like all the Palestinians to leave. I premiered the Learner Box reading the newest Conduit video reacting. I redirected them to you, so after they're done watching a video, they'll redirect you. Oh, thanks, Spider. That's nice.
it at first glance, but this talking point and the refutation of it are layered and multifaceted, so bear with me as I deconstruct it from multiple angles. This argument relies on a monolithic understanding of Arabs and ignores the fact that Palestinians prior to Zionism developed their own distinct customs, dialects, and rituals. They engaged in forms of agricultural work unique to them and specialized in cultivating specific products, citrus being a very notable one. In fact, the Jaffa orange, known as the
As far as I could see, this is true. But yeah, like this is true. The Jaffa orange is very, very old. Yeah, it looks like it emerged in the mid-19th century. And that it was developed, yeah, like it was stuff that Arab farmers did. And now it's like something that everybody is doing. So they were doing that before the Zionists got there. Yeah. Yeah, it was exported to Europe too. So, I mean, like, yeah, that's true. I mean, like, there's a bunch of other claims that are made here that I'm not sure are true, but I suspect that the actual truth is probably somewhere in the middle, which is generally the case. Piers is like the reverse Mehdi. Is he? Is he like a reverse? I mean, Mehdi is very one-sided. I feel like Piers rides that both sides line pretty hard.
Moody was such an incredible feat due to its resilience in the face of disease and rot, its thick peel, aroma, and sweetness that it easily outperformed its competitors like Italian and Spanish oranges. To cultivate such a crop, the Palestinians adopted advanced irrigation methods and techniques to combat the harsh desert climate and properly nourish their orchards. This, by the way, also refutes another common Zionist talking point, being that Palestinians were feeble and unable to work the land of Palestine until the Zionists arrived with their superior intelligence and green thumb.
I mean, that's kind of a silly, that's not... Okay, obviously, I know that that's a Zionist talking point that people, the actual truth, as I understand it, was that there were large parts of the land, like the swamps, that nobody really cared to live in or to like cultivate. And the Zionists came in and drained them and actually like turned them into land that could be worked and stuff. But it's not like the Arabs like were there and did nothing. One of the things that I had understood is that they were like some of them were like subsistence farmers, but it wasn't like they didn't make it or didn't create or do anything or whatever, that they weren't there. But there were large portions of the land that weren't necessarily occupied because it was a desert, or like parts of it were not great, like, you know, like the swamps. Although, I mean, the land without people for a people without a land. Yes, I know that is an actual myth. But I mean, he might list that in his other one. This is about current Zionist talking points related to the most recent war, rather than like Israel's founding myths. But I know like the land without people for a people without a land is absolutely a myth that was propagated. And I think Benny Morris talks about this as well too in Righteous Victims, where he mentions how like some people were actually surprised when they got there that, oh my God, there are actually people already living here. Like some of the Jews that came, because they thought the land would be empty. I say this because Mehdi is good on domestic issues. He's not like the far leftists, but bad on IP. Oh yeah. Okay. I understand what you mean, Bill. Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, that is true.
And made the desert bloom. In actuality, the Zionists engaged in plenty of reckless destruction and notable instances of negligence when it came to the way they interacted with the land. They deliberately dismantled vestiges of Palestinian and Levantine life. They replaced the local agriculture in crops with ones imported from Europe to make the country feel less Middle Eastern and more accommodating to the European colonizers, and they planted imported foreign greenery over the ruins of Palestinian villages and centers under the guise of environmentalism. As to be expected, this Zionist-induced ecocide had horrific ramifications, like
Oof. Yeah, I don't...
fires caused by the imported pine and eucalyptus trees, which are thirsty trees by nature and consequently dried up the land, along with environmental degradation and more. It doesn't take a genius to know that plopping a bunch of invasive species into a region might cause some issues. As for the remaining Palestinian citrus industry, the Zionists crafted a narrative in which they took credit for it. As Mustafa Kaba and Nahum Karlinsky wrote in their book, The Lost Orchard, citriculture is presented as the economic power that
Was it because it was less Middle Eastern, or because it was all they knew? I mean, it probably was because it was all that they knew. You know, like the early Zionists were like newcomers to this area, and they had never lived there before, though their ancestors had.
held the Israeli economy forward, as it was Israel's major export industry in the first decades after the state was established. This meta-narrative erroneously presents the citrus industry as a Jewish Zionist industry, mythically created ex nihilo by the hegemonic labor Zionist movement, echoing the Zionist tenet of making the desert bloom. Needless to say, this meta-narrative does not even mention Palestinian citriculture. Now you might be wondering why I'm talking about Palestinian oranges and what this has to do with the point, but the reason I bring all of this up here is to highlight the absurdity of demanding that a people with their own unique ways of life in relationship to their land, history, agricultural practices, and their distinct aspirations for self-determination be forced to uproot and move to another country simply because it also happens to be Arab majority. Aside from all this, the Zionist argument that Palestinians should just move to another Arab country and that the surrounding Arab countries should embrace them stems from the long-standing Zionist conception of transfer. In Zionist parlance,
Oh boy, here we go.
transfer, or transferring the Palestinians, has always been a euphemism for ethnic cleansing. As Palestinian historian Noor Mashallah explains in his book, Expulsion of the Palestinians, David Ben-Gurion, the leader of the Zionist settler movement in Palestine before Israel was created, was no stranger to this linguistic sleight of hand. Ben-Gurion even wrote to his son that he had no qualms about expelling the Arabs and taking their place. He wasn't
It's funny that you bring this up without, like, again, there it is. None of these people understand any kind of historical context. Did they look at, like, the context of that when he wrote that, any of the stuff that was going on, why he might have felt that way? No, they just assumed that this is how he felt all along, or that the concept of transfer did not evolve over time in terms of, like, what it meant. This was something else that Finkelstein didn't get when he was doing all that stuff with Benny Morris. When he was continuously throwing that single quote that he pulled out of Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem about transfer being inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism.
great at keeping it a secret. Benny Morris, a prominent liberal Zionist historian who is no friend of the Palestinians in my view, also sheds light on the inherently genocidal nature of Zionism. In the revisited edition of his book, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, he wrote, "Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt."
What? He did it! He did the thing! I bet he got this from Finkelstein. There's no way that he read this book.
Into Zionism, because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population.
Okay, hold on. Before we continue, to get some context, okay? So first of all, Morris writes like a whole bunch of stuff about transfer within, like, the concept of transfer in Zionism. But I'll like cite his conclusion here because I don't want to like read the entirety of this on stream, but my feeling is that transfer thinking and the transfer thinking and near consensus that emerged in the 1930s and early 1940s was not tantamount to pre-planning and did not issue in the production of a policy or master plan of expulsion. The Yishuv and its military forces did not enter the 1948 war, which was initiated by the Arab side, with a policy or plan of expulsion. You'll notice how he neatly excludes this part in his, like, as he yanks this quote and does not include the rest of the context. So, but transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land that was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of the Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile majority, Arab majority, or large majority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. By 1948, transfer was in the air. The transfer thinking that preceded the war contributed to the denouement by conditioning the Jewish population, political parties, political organizations, and military and civilian leaderships for what transpired. Thinking about the possibilities of transfer in the 1930s and 1940s had prepared and conditioned hearts and minds for its implementation in the course of 1948, so that as it occurred, few voiced protest or doubt. It was accepted as inevitable by the natural bulk of the Jewish population. The facts that Palestine's Arabs and the Arab states had rejected the UN partition resolution and, to nip it in the bud, had launched the hostilities that snowballed into full-scale civil war, and that the Arab states had invaded Palestine and attacked Israel in May 1948 only hardened Jewish hearts toward Palestinian Arabs, who were seen as mortal enemies and should be uprooted into the Jewish state, and should they be co-opted into the Jewish state, a potential fifth column. Thus, the expulsions that periodically dotted the Palestinian Arab exodus raised few eyebrows, and thus the Yeshuv's leaders, parties, and population in mid-war accepted without significant dissent or protest the militarily and politically sensible decision to not allow an Arab refugee return. It was at this point and in this context that some Yishuv leaders occasionally looked back and reflected upon the connection between what had already happened. By autumn 1948, some 400,000 to 500,000 Arabs have been displaced, and the transfer thinking of the 1930s and 1940s. In my opinion, there is no need to discuss a return of the refugees, so long as the renewal of hostilities is possible, said Yitzhak Grunbaum, Israel's Minister of Interior, in September 1948. In the past, we had a plan that were we able to transfer the Arab population to neighboring Arab states, we would have been ready to participate in the expense of their resettlement with the assistance and financial help. Now, I too see nothing wrong with this plan. Do you see, like, I think the problem is a lot of these people, when they bring this up, they quote this, and this word transfer is doing all of the heavy lifting because they assume transfer means ethnic cleansing and or genocide. Like, when that's not really, like, the word transfer and what that meant evolved over time. They assumed since the beginning that, yeah, the Arabs would leave. But at first they thought, you know what, we can just help them leave. Maybe they'll just fuck off over time, you know? It wasn't like, we're going to have to kick them all out violently. We're going to have to Nakba them. We're going to have to, like, ethnically cleanse them. Like, that's not what the general intent of it was. Now, you could argue that they should have known that that's probably what was going to happen. But to say that they came here with, like, terrible intentions in their hearts to, like, kill all these people violently or to, like, eject them, isn't really true. Like, they kind of entertained a bunch of notions and kind of went back and forth about it. And there was debate about, like, and there were even some who thought, like, hey, you know what, maybe we can live with these people. So yeah, it's just stupid that, you know, but, like, we already kind of know this, like, it's not, and yeah, like, I don't know, like, I think Morris is getting something, like, that's true here. Obviously, the Jews, or, like, the idea is that if you're going to go to a place where a bunch of people already live, and those people don't want you to build a state there, then there's probably going to be some conflict between them. But, like, that's a lot different than they just decided, like, they had decided from the very beginning, oh, there's people here, fuck it, we're just going to violently eject them and kill them. And so, like, it becomes more complicated, and it reads quite a bit differently than what this guy says. There's actually something else that he said here. Hold on.
Explains in his book, Expulsion of the Palestinians. David Ben-Gurion, the leader of the Zionist settler movement in Palestine before Israel was created, was no stranger to this linguistic sleight of hand. Ben-Gurion even wrote to his son that he had no qualms about expelling the Arabs and taking their place. He wasn't great at keeping it a secret. Benny Morris, a prominent liberal Zionist historian who is no friend of the Palestinians in my view, also sheds light on the inherently genocidal nature of Zionism.
Yeah, he's even said the inherently genocidal nature of Zionism. Bro, pick a lane. Zionism, or ethnic cleansing, and genocide are not the same thing. I wish these people would stop reading or, like, using these terms interchangeably. It is incredibly annoying.
In the revisited edition of his book, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, he wrote, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. The existence of a Jewish state necessitates a Jewish demographic majority alongside a legal and military apparatus to uphold it. That's why any Jew born anywhere in the world is immediately eligible to move to Palestine under the 1950 Law of Return, while Palestinians born in Palestine, or descendants of those ethnically cleansed in 1948, are not offered the same. So with all of that said, there is an understanding not only among Palestinians, many of whom see capitulating to Zionist demands as surrendering to their colonial oppressors, but also among the surrounding Arab countries. On one hand, they don't want an influx of refugees, if for no other reason than economic concerns. On the other hand, they recognize that Israel's goal from the very beginning, as openly admitted by the leading figures of the Zionist movement, has been transfer, meaning the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians from their land.
Yeah, no, it's like, sure, you can say that, but, like, I feel like this argument really only holds up maybe in, like, the first few years. It's a bit ridiculous that this has been dragged out for 75 years to the point where these refugees get treated like shit by the surrounding Arab states, don't get citizenship, and like, it's very obvious that there has been, like, this weird sort of notion that forever and ever Palestinians can be used as a cudgel with which to beat Israel with. And so they just get to stay refugees no matter where they are, and their kids become refugees, and being a refugee is passed down They get treated differently than every other type of refugee. But none of these people, like this person doesn't seem to want to address this fact. It's like they think that because your parents were born in a place like 75 years ago and you have never set foot in this place, but it means that you have a right to go back there. And it's also your home too, which is rather silly and ridiculous and not a standard that most people would apply to literally anywhere else, just Israel, and it's also unworkable. I thought this video was using an AI voice. It is getting harder and harder to tell.
To mention the fact that just because the leaders of the states neighboring Israel may be Arab, that doesn't mean they have the Palestinians' best intentions at heart. In fact, many surrounding Arab leaders, largely in defiance of the wishes of their citizenry, have effectively turned their backs on the Palestinians long, long ago.
I mean, I would argue that, like, they basically screwed over the Palestinians by continuously, like, pumping them up and making them think that if they keep fighting, they can totally win and destroy Israel. And I feel like this went on long after it should have.
King Abdullah of then Transjordan, for instance, turned his back on the Palestinians before the state of Israel was ever even formed. He was actually involved in backroom secret deals with the Zionists. As Israeli historian Ilan Pape put it, it was with Britain's knowledge and tacit consent that King Abdullah came to an informal agreement with the Zionist leadership.
Oh God, it's Ilham Pape. Is this even true? I feel like everything he says needs to be hardcore fact checked. Anytime like these people are talking about the history, it's always like a crazy sort of thing. So this guy thinks that Palestinians live in slums in Lebanon because Israel bad. I mean, yeah, probably. He probably doesn't recognize the extent to which that, like, or like maybe he thinks that the Lebanese people just kind of turned their back on Israel. I don't know. But like I honestly, I don't think that he cares about that. I think that like he just blames the refugees. Yeah. There are talking points about Palestinian right to return. Sounds weirdly familiar. Wait, what do you mean, Chase? I mean, this is the lefty talking points. This is what leftists say constantly about like they believe in that infinite right of return that is passed down to one's children, even though no other refugees like are viewed this way. And this is not like a normal thing, but for some reason it is when it comes to Israel and the Jews. Let's see, where would I even find this? Informal agreement with the Zionist leadership. If some Palestinian Arab territories were annexed to Transjordan, he would do his best to stand back from the Arab League's opposition to the partition. I'm gonna write this down. Look this up later. Because like I am not some huge expert about actually that's how Afghan refugees were in Pakistan. Is that because Pakistan doesn't want them and therefore they decided to treat them that way? Like, was that something that was done specifically by Pakistan, or was it something that refugees from birth despite Pakistan having just sold it? Because that, like, in Pakistan, I think, or because, like, the problem with this is that this is something that has basically been initiated by the UN with UNRWA, like, basically from the start. They wrote an exception that Afghanistan refugees, like what, for their census? They were like trying to maintain. I mean, I suspect that has some weird thing to do with like Pakistan and how they feel about Afghanistan. Okay. Like, I'm not saying that this is wrong or whatever. It very well might be true, but this would be King Abdullah the First. Oh yeah. King Abdullah the First was the one who was assassinated by the Palestinians. In July 1950, July 20th, 1951. Apparently, the annexation of the West Bank made the other Arab states real mad. I mean, Jordan's annexation of the West Bank. Ba ba ba. All right. Well, you know what? We will continue with this. I'm not as interested in this
If some of the Palestinian Arab territories were
because I feel like he's just kind of like going on about this, even though like there's a simple like refutation of this, which is basically like you shouldn't be kicking people out of their country when it's their home and they want to stay.
Next to Transjordan, he would do his best to stand back from the Arab League's opposition to partition. This was music to the Zionists' ears. In 1947, it was evident that an attempt to take over Palestine by force could prompt a formidable military reaction from the Arab world. The Zionist leadership needed a way to undermine the Arab military effort from the outset. The Arab Legion, Jordan's state army, was the most efficient army in the Arab world. Neutralizing this army, or even limiting its participation, would make it much easier for Zionists to transform Palestine into a Jewish state. Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim details these secret relations between the Zionists and King Abdullah extensively in his 1988 book, Collusions Across the Jordan. He sheds light on Abdullah's desire for the lands within Palestine,
well, Avi Shleim's a much better historian than Ilham Pape.
His ambition to create a greater Syria under Hashemite rule, and his willingness to strike a deal with the Zionists to achieve those goals. But King Abdullah was far from the only Arab leader to turn his back on the Palestinians. The Gulf monarchies of today have done so long ago, largely due to the fact that they have billions of dollars invested in the West, and Israel is constantly paraded around as a Western ally. These Gulf states have been cooperating with Israel in security, diplomatic, and economic sectors despite their population's disapproval. Beyond
oh no, not pragmatism.
On the obvious economic incentives, Israel and these Gulf states also share a common regional adversary, Iran. This betrayal of the Palestinians by Arab leaders stands in direct contradiction to the will of their citizens, who, for the most part, remain steadfast allies of the Palestinian cause. That's why these leaders typically pay lip service to Palestinian solidarity, even though many of them sold them out long ago. Saudi Arabia, for instance, still hasn't formally normalized relations with Israel, yet they work together when it comes to security, business, and intelligence sharing. Saudi leadership understands that this behavior is opposed by the Saudi population, so they largely deal with Israel secretly. Egypt is another clear example of a government normalizing relations with the Zionist entity, while the vast majority
the Zionist entity, Jesus Christ,
of its people stand firmly with the Palestinians. A 2007 Pew Research Center poll.
Yes, he does. Yes, Chase. He thinks that making peace with Israel was bad. You know, because constantly going to war against Israel over and over and over again was totally great for all of these Arab countries.
Poll found that 93% of Egyptians support the Palestinians over the Israelis. Reporting from 2012 shows that 61% of Egyptians wanted to annul the 1979 peace treaty with Israel, and a 2013 report found that 92% held unfavorable views of Israel. That same year, a Washington...
I mean, that's not really surprising, given, like, the overall media environment that, like, people here are in, and they probably feel some sort of kinship towards the Palestinians, which is completely understandable. And, yeah, like, I feel like this is all sort of understandable, but this guy is holding this up as if it means that, like, because the majorities of these Arab countries feel this way, it means that they are right. I am part of the entity. Yes, Boof Clouds. Yes, you are. Congratulations. Like, it's just... I mean, like, I feel like also, too, as well, sure, a lot of Egyptians probably feel this way, but does this feeling extend to them wanting to go to war with Israel? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that the majority of Egyptians would be down with joining the Egyptian military so they could go fight another war with Israel. Like, when that would, yeah, I very much doubt that that is the case. Because I don't think, like, it's easy to think to like, have these sorts of opinions, but it doesn't mean that, like, people are going to be willing to fight and die for them.
Institute poll showed that 97% of Egyptians demanded a complete severing of all diplomatic, economic, and political ties with Israel. Yet, despite this overwhelming public sentiment, Egyptian leadership largely ignores the masses while continuing to benefit as one of the largest recipients of U.S. aid every year. Maybe that has something to do with it. These Arab governments that normalize relations with Israel against the wishes of their own people inevitably resort to authoritarian measures to silence dissent over both Israel's crimes.
I mean, none of these countries are democracies. So, like, I don't know. Like, what are you going to do?
and their own complicity. Clearly, treating Arabs as some monolithic hive mind who can be geographically swapped around to serve the interests of the colonizers is a ridiculous...
I mean, isn't that kind of what you're doing here, though, by assuming that because that everybody in these countries loves all of these, or like loves the Palestinians, it means that they're going to go fight and die for them, and that they would like be willing to get up off their asses and go do that, as opposed to just going and protesting in the streets? Like, I don't... That feels rather strange to me to just say that, to just assume that all of these other, like the Arabs in all these other countries are totally gung-ho about doing that.
Argument that would never be applied to any other group. Now, even if...
Oh, Mina's here. Why are you consuming rage bait? I have a better video to watch. I mean, if you want to give me videos to watch, Mina, you can, but I don't know. It's because I'm new at this, and because that I thought that it would be funny. You know, because I don't really respond to these kinds of things very often. And now I have some stuff that I'd be curious, that I would like to look into and learn more about.
If we set aside everything I've said up until this point, accepting the Zionist argument that Palestinians should just move to other Arab countries while those countries are expected to absorb them is literally conceding to ethnic cleansing. When it comes...
Yeah, I mean, I guess like because this video is in response to like right-wing Zionist talking points as well, that's totally fair. But like, yeah, fuck those people. Because Loner won't watch bait. Well, I mean, listen, Jane Socks, I think part of the reason why Loner won't watch bait or won't watch this stuff is because that he's already responded to all of these arguments like 5 billion times, and he feels like it's a waste of time, and he's probably sick of a lot of these talking points. Like, I can guess based on this list of things what some of the things are here that this guy is going to say. Like there is going to be like an insanely narrow view of anti-Semitism, where he's basically just, he's going to assume that anti-Semitism only means like what the neo-Nazis or the Nazis said about the Jews, and not anything, and not any other form of anti-Semitism. And like, I mean, I don't know how the hell, like their charter is anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know how the hell this guy could think that the original Hamas charter isn't anti-Semitic. Like, my God. When confronted with some of the stuff that is in there, there's no way that you could say that. Now, the new Hamas charter, which I was just looking at, is written like it was written like for the West. It was like Hamas finally got the memo of all that Soviet training and understood how to speak to a Western leftist audience, because it reads like something that I would read from like one of these people. Yeah, it's just the same stuff over and over again. Yeah, that's why Learner doesn't want to react to it. I'm doing it because I'm curious about certain things, but Hoover Institute. Wait, what is this about, Mina? What do you mean calling Jews blood-sucking undead vampires is anti-Semitic? Oh, so, yeah. I mean, for God's sakes, that, like, where Hamas depicts Bibi as like a blood-sucking vampire. And I mean, yeah, I don't like Bibi, but god damn, we're just swerving right into that Zionism. It's 3 historians arguing about the significance of Trump. Oh, that actually sounds like it could be really interesting. Although that sounds like something that I would want to listen to while I was playing a video game, rather than, yeah, because it's not particularly adversarial, but I do think that it would be fun. Neil Ferguson, Victor Davis Hanson, and, oh, Kotkin, Stephen Kotkin. Hey, it's that guy. I sent it to Loner, but he's obviously on break. Yes, that's right. Loner is on break, which means y'all get me instead. Or, you know, whoever else you choose to watch, which is clearly most of his audience. Or maybe most of his audience decided to go out and touch grass instead of watching streamers while he was gone. Anyway.
To the Palestinian plight, the UN explicitly calls for the opposite. In 1948, after the Zionists massacred and ethnically cleansed the Palestinians,
Bro! Like, that's the other problem too, is that this is so loaded. This is how I know this guy did not read. Like, you can, yes, was the Nakba an ethnic cleansing? Yes, it absolutely was. And yes, were there some massacres? Yeah. But describing it this way makes it sound like the Haganah and the Irgun and the Lehi went to every single village and violently drove people out, and that's not really what happened. So it's kind of funny, like, that he is that like yeah, I can tell that he hasn't read more the entirety of the Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, where Morris like painstakingly documents every single expulsion, as well as like the ways in which Arabs fled the villages, which was most of the villages where they ran away, and then there were others where they were violently expelled in ways that were really, really terrible, especially Lida and Ramleh. That one was, well, like, I think one of the worst, but yeah, like it's just like craziness that he obviously does, because that he's pulling on like the really far pro-Palestine narrative is that everyone, or is that every single person was violently expelled, when like in the cases, and when in a lot of cases they were fleeing from a war, which is completely understandable. And for the ones that were fleeing from war, it's understandable that they would run away. And in that case, the real terrible crime is that they couldn't go back home after it was over. Like they just weren't allowed, which is incredibly bad. This guy probably believes the story about the baker and the furnace of dare. You say, oh yeah, that, yeah, probably.
The UNGA issued Resolution 194, which stated that Palestinians who were expelled should be allowed to return to their land and property as soon as possible, or be compensated for what they lost if they so choose. This right has been ignored by the Zionists, and now they call for the displacement of even more Palestinians into neighboring countries.
Yeah, I think that it's fair to call for that, although it's kind of ridiculous to extend that call to long after this particular group of people is even like that, like it's rather silly to extend that, like to say that this call applies to the children of those people who've never even set foot in this land that their parents were expelled from. How weak do we have to be to touch grass just because Loner is gone? How weak do you have to be to touch grass just because, hey, touching grass is good. Although in my case, I prefer to touch grass while I go for a walk whilst listening to streamers. And so when Loner isn't streaming, I'm less likely to go for walks.
Grasp the long-standing Israeli goal of transferring, that is, expelling, as many Palestinians as possible to secure a Jewish demographic majority, it becomes clear why the Zionists keep hammering this line of argument, and why the Palestinians continue to resist in the face of such unadulterated barbarism. As Pape wrote, given the UN commitment to the right of return for refugees did not accept citizenship elsewhere, nor did they build new homes in their host countries. They did not want to imply that they were reconciled to their dispossession.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Although, by the way, this is so stupid, because that's not even really entirely true. A lot of the case of this was because the countries that they were in wouldn't give them citizenship and treated them like shit, and then kept saying, keep fighting, guys. You'll be able to go home one day. Like, at what point does this stop? Grass is rough and coarse and it gets everywhere. God damn it, Chase, shut up, stop. Those movies were terrible. That line.
There is no genocide in Gaza. It's common to hear Zionists deny genocide when discussing Israel's offensive in Gaza. They often make arguments like, genocide is when the population decreases, which, by the way, is happening in Gaza. We'll touch on that later. If Israel wanted to commit genocide, they would have wiped out all of the Palestinians by now. Or, it can't be genocide if Palestinians are giving birth. All of these claims, however, are either fundamental misunderstandings or deliberate obfuscations of what genocide actually is and how it's defined under the Genocide Convention.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this. How are we going to define genocide today?
According to Article 2 of the 1948...
Oh wow, he's actually going to use the actual legal definition? Are we going to like stretch it out so that it means everything? Can't wait to see where he gets intent from. Is it going to be like my debate with Fire yesterday? Where he assumed intent without like any real evidence? That was really funny. Okay.
The United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Genocide is any of these acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. There are two main components to this definition: the prohibited acts, known as the actus reus, and the specific mental state of the person. Yes,
Chase, you would like the Phantom Menace and Revenge of the Sith, because you are a you're a Zoomer, you're not a millennial. So yeah, but I, as a millennial, hate the prequels and think they are dog shit. It's literally just that. Boof Cloud's Jew? What?
Perpetrator, the special
Oh, what are we talking about? Jews now? Boof Clouds?
intent, or dolo specialis. The 5 prohibited acts include killing members of the group, which is self-explanatory, causing serious bodily or mental harm encompassing severe physical injury, psychological trauma, or sexual violence, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction, in whole or in part, such as sieges, starvation, or the destruction of healthcare and sanitation systems, imposing measures intended to prevent births, including causing miscarriages or denying adequate access to maternal healthcare, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
I thought the prequel is a Jewish thing. What? No, not everything is about you guys. Yeah, the original trilogy is based.
Which severs the group's connection to its future generations and constitutes cultural and biological erasure. With this definition in mind, it becomes clear that genocide is a
Does this guy think Russia is currently committing genocide in Ukraine, I wonder?
highly specific crime that can occur without the death of a single victim. If one or more of the prohibited acts is committed with the special intent to destroy the group, in whole or in part, it qualifies as a genocidal act.
Yes, this is true, although most of the time... Oh, hello! Although most of the time it usually involves, like, the physical destruction, but yeah. And Russia is still engaging in physical destruction as well.
So right off the bat, anyone claiming that genocide requires mass death is not just oversimplifying, they're flat out incorrect. Now this is where things get tricky and where Zionist
Yeah, that's true, but that's not, like, people who make those arguments are silly. That's dumb. That's not a good argument. The argument is about intent.
genocide deniers often try to defend is
No, we are not watching all 3 of these debunking vids. I'm very sorry, Let's Go, but I don't think that I could survive, okay? Like, I think that, I think that I would want to video game myself if I was forced to watch all 3 of these videos.
Israel. Genocide, as we've mentioned, requires a highly specific special intent on the part of the perpetrator to destroy a group in whole or in part. But what if that intent isn't explicitly confessed, stated, or openly declared? What then? Proving someone's mindset can be a significant challenge, so how is it determined? Well, international jurisprudence and legal precedent largely developed by the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia, the ICTY, and for Rwanda, the ICTR, provide a method to infer intent. For example, the ICTR has outlined several indicators suggesting a deliberate intent to destroy a particular group. These include the broader context of
Hold on. Factors in assessing mental state. Okay, well, this is about mens rea, but, Chamber considers that intent is a mental factor which is difficult, even impossible to determine, but found that in the absence of a confession from the accused, intent may be one of the followers. The general context of the perpetration of other culpable acts systemically directed at the same group, whether committed by the same offender or others, the scale of atrocities committed, general nature of atrocities committed in a region or country, the fact of deliberately and systematically targeting victims on account of their membership of a particular group, the general political doctrine which gave rise to the acts, the repetition of destruction and discriminatory acts, the perpetration of acts which violate or which the perpetrators themselves consider to violate the very foundation of the group, acts which are not themselves covered by this list, which are committed in part of some pattern or conduct. Like, I feel like even just looking at this, nothing in here, it really screams at me as being, because, like, again, we go back to everything I was saying yesterday in that debate with Fire. Like, at the end of the day, the biggest, most important thing to me is just, like, the fact that everything Israel is doing looks like a war. It looks like a war that is disproportionate and where there's, like, lots of war crimes, but it still, at the end of the day, looks like a war. And any other example that you cite isn't going to look like a war. Like, it's going to look like you're going in and deliberately mowing down women and children, which is so much different than like this, when like every bad thing that you can find is the context of it is that it occurs in some sort of war, or there's always like some other thing, unless you're going to allege some weird conspiracy among people at the IDF to make sure that, like, we always have a cover story for which you basically don't have any evidence. Then yeah,
wrongful acts systematically targeting the same group.
The only Star Wars movie I've seen is Rise of Skywalker. Bill, I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry. You really should watch any other Star Wars movie. The sequel trilogy is absolute garbage.
The severity and scale of the offenses, the intentional selection of victims based on their group affiliation, the underlying political ideology driving the acts, the use of demeaning or hostile language toward the group, and more. Additionally, the careful and organized manner in which these destructive actions are carried out is regarded as compelling evidence of the perpetrator's specific intent. Now, if we take the
it's not really careful or constructive, though. Like, it's like you're looking at the war in Gaza because you want it to look this way.
definition of genocide I've just outlined, one or more of the prohibited acts committed with a special intent to destroy a group in whole or in part, and combine it with the established jurisprudence used to infer intent, the situation in Gaza becomes strikingly clear. So let's do that now. As noted in an Amnesty International report titled, "You Feel Like You're
Oh, God.
Subhuman, Israel's genocide in Gaza. Israel's pattern of conduct is clearly indicative of genocidal intent. Israel repeatedly carries out indiscriminate attacks on civilians, often striking at night while families are asleep and
We're just going to ignore that Hamas exists.
killing them all. It uses wide area effect weapons in densely populated neighborhoods, destroying homes, health facilities, sanitation systems, religious sites, and more. Even after taking control of an area, when it can no longer blame Hamas, Israel continues these attacks. It repeatedly displaces Palestinians under inhumane conditions, subjects them to torture and arbitrary detention, and blocks adequate humanitarian relief. We've already hit almost all of the prohibited acts, and we're far from done. According to the same Amnesty report, Israel's siege has left babies malnourished because their mothers lacked proper nutrition, making it difficult to produce breast milk.
This was from like 2024. The majority of whom were age 2 or under had died of malnutrition. Yeah, so they cite 24 children dying of malnutrition. I'd be curious about this. Like, yeah, I imagine this is true. Or like, I'm sure that like people have died of malnutrition because they couldn't eat or whatever. But it's like, you can't broaden this out. It's like war is really shitty and you can't like broaden this out to include absolutely, or like there being like 24 deaths is not, or 26 deaths is not a famine. It's pretty much the only way these people can make a case for genocide, just willfully ignore Hamas and all they do in the, yeah, I know, that's the annoying part, right? Is that like they basically do, like they just ignore Hamas. And in order to do that, they rely on victim narrative, or they rely on like witness accounts for all of these things.
While also restricting adequate amounts of baby formula from entering the Gaza Strip. Israel has further failed to uphold its obligations under international law by not allowing unimpeded humanitarian aid, resulting in inadequate maternal care.
Yeah, but see, like, this is the other thing. Like, also, this word unimpeded is doing all the heavy lifting here. Because what this guy is basically saying is that this means that Israel should just open the gates and let all the trucks in and not inspect them to check to see what is or isn't allowed to go in. It's like the truck memes again. Even though there's plenty of trucks getting in, the issue is distribution. And like, you can look at the numbers as well too. Like, I'm sure that you guys have probably seen this, but these numbers, this is from the UN. These are UNRWA's numbers. These numbers are not up to date. We could go over to COGAT. But like for the period that this guy is talking about, because all throughout the war, these guys have been alleging that Gaza is on the brink of famine and that people are starving and that not enough aid is getting in. But like, look at the numbers of trucks that you have, like every day. Like they're in like the hundreds. And like Lonerbox did like a huge deep dive into this before as well too, and he had estimated that I think it was like the number of trucks that would need to get in every day in order for like people not to be starving wasn't like this. I think he said it was like in the like 50 or 60 or something like that. Like just food trucks too, mind you, which is what most of these trucks are. And then food, non-food, mixed. Medical. I mean, like, yeah, obviously there is most certainly a shortage of certain supplies and goods, like for women and stuff, like hygiene products, and that's not good. But a lot of it, I feel like everyone is just ignoring the distribution aspect. And yes, part of that is obviously Israel's fault. If you're going to invade Gaza and then flip it over and shake it real hard till all the Hamas falls out, you do have a responsibility to ensure that people are still able to get aid. And obviously that's something that they failed at because people didn't. And like, there's so many problems you can point to with regards to how the IDF conducted the war and the fact that they weren't really equipped to go in there and occupy huge areas and do a kind of clear hold build thing like what they did in Iraq. later on, which I think is a strategy that they should have pursued from the beginning, even if, or like at least the clear and hold strategy, maybe not like the build part of it, unless they were gonna have the, like, ideally they should have had the Palestinian Authority or someone else come in to like look at the area. But why do they want to give the Palestinians AIDS? God damn it, Boof Cloud, stop. But like you'll notice this, even the parties to the conflict must allow and facilitate rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief to civilians in need, which is impartial in character and conducted without any adverse distinction, subject to their right of control. Like, it's funny that he cites this, but again, like, we're just pretending that Hamas doesn't exist. And so this means that they have no responsibility to do anything, apparently.
And numerous other consequences. And no, it's not Hamas that's systematically intercepting this aid, as we will cover in a later segment. The responsibility lies squarely with Israel for failing to abide by international law. All of this has culminated in the UN reporting that Gaza is facing catastrophic birth outcomes, with just 17,000 recorded births in the first half of 2024.
Oh, is this like another UN press release where people love to jump to conclusions, as opposed to like, yes, I would expect that there will be problems with babies being born in war zones. Palestinians have too much aura and Israelis are too annoying. It's damaging the reputation of Israel. I mean, you say that, you joke, but that's actually true in some ways, like in terms of like the way that the world perceives them. Like Israel's advocates really do, and their talking points just look really bad. Yes, 1 hour and 44 minutes of schizophrenia. I know, I'm so sorry, Mina. Like, I should probably just skip past this section. There are certain parts of this that I'm really curious to hear what he's going to say. And I might... Like, I want to know how he's going to refute the human shields, because Hamas's refuting of the human shields thing is really funny. Israel is the only democracy in the region. Yeah, like, goddamn, he talks about this genocide shit for a long ass time. Funky Tortoise, we are so annoying. Like, it's the, I don't know, Israel needs better advocates, and Palestinians also need better advocates. Like, Israel needs so many better advocates. They need advocates who are willing to, like, admit that Israel does things wrong sometimes.
5, a staggering 41% decline in Gaza's birth rate over the past 3 years. Clearly, the actus reus, the prohibited acts outlined in the Genocide Convention, are being carried out. The next step is establishing Israeli intent. As I've mentioned, you don't need a smoking gun or an explicit confession from the perpetrator. The framework developed by international jurisprudence allows for a reasonable inference of intent based on the broader context of the wrongful acts targeting a group, dehumanizing language towards the group, and more. Recall the ICTR document I showed you earlier. Importantly, genocidal intent doesn't have to be the sole motive behind an action. Courts have made it clear that genocidal intent can exist alongside other objectives.
I mean, yes, but it...
such as military goals or political advantage. So when you hear Zionists say that Israel is conducting war, not genocide, remind them that the two are not mutually exclusive. The Bosnian genocide, where 8,000 Bosniak men and boys were killed in Srebrenica, occurred within the broader Yugoslav wars.
Yeah, it did, but why did they kill those 8,000 men and boys? And could you really, like, find another reason to do this? Like, to just murder all of these people who were civilians?
The fact that this took place within the context of a war doesn't preclude it from being considered a genocide. Now, in the case of the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza, we actually do have instances of Israeli officials making it incredibly easy to gauge their genocidal aspirations. So when it comes to making inferences,
here come the Ben Gvir and the Smotrich and the Netanyahu quotes, people.
It's not that hard to do. On October 9th, 2023, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced a complete siege of Gaza, stating that we are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. He then spelled out the...
Is he just gonna he's gonna cite like every clipped shimped quote from that South Africa the court document, the complaint, isn't he? Oh, he probably is gonna cite that weird poll. Yeah, like, yes, the human animals shit is not good. However, the majority of these quotes that he's about to cite here, if he's citing the ones from South Africa, are all these people, in almost all of them, they're talking about Hamas.
The policy. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel.
Also, this wasn't good, the fact that they did this. Although, guess who, like, told them to knock it off? It was Biden.
everything is closed. This dehumanizing language isn't merely provocative, it carries legal weight. By labeling Gaza's population as human animals, Gallant's words suggest the mental element, or
Well, he was actually talking about Hamas, but
mens rea, for the concurrent policy of collective punishment and starvation, which constitutes a prohibited act of genocide. Specifically, the deliberate creation of living conditions intended to cause physical destruction. His statement frames the siege and starvation as a justified response to the group as a whole, demonstrating intent to harm Palestinians themselves, not just Hamas combatants. This aligns with jurisprudence from
they're also not doing that anymore. They weren't doing that for the entirety of the war.
the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, which explicitly identifies the use of dehumanizing and derogatory language as a factor
Just because of, oh my God, yes, Israel is dehumanizing towards Palestinians. Like, Palestinians are also dehumanizing towards Israelis. Does this mean that that they're the same in this regard, or that, like, I mean, every war involves dehumanizing language. Does that mean that all, like, you're leaning on this too hard there, dude?
in inferring genocidal intent. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu openly invoked the story of Amalek as his troops invaded Gaza, directly
He was talking about Hamas.
referencing the biblical command for genocidal annihilation. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich also alluded to this well-known genocidal biblical narrative. Israeli President Isaac Herzog held the entire Palestinian population of Gaza responsible for October 7th, stating, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved." Meanwhile, Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir explicitly
I mean, yeah, there was, I believe that quote, like, there were a couple of quotes in there that were yikesy. I'm calling all of these, yeah.
conflated
Because it's all from the South Africa case.
ordinary Palestinians with Hamas and called for their destruction, saying, "When they say that Hamas needs to be eliminated, it also means those who sing, those who support, and those who distribute sweets. All of these are terrorists, and they should be eliminated."
Yes, yes, Ben-Gvir is your best example. Yes, we know. And yes, Ben-Gvir probably would if he could. No, Ben-Gvir absolutely would if he could get away with it. And by get away with it, I mean if he were prime minister, because I don't think he gives a fuck about what the rest of it, or about what the rest of the world thinks. Ben-Gvir would absolutely ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. I don't know if he'd genocide them, because that's like a pretty big thing. Like, and when I say genocide them, I mean I don't know if he would send like IDF death squads into Gaza to find and murder every single person, or like, you know, put them in gas chambers, or like drop poisonous clouds of gas on them, or like do like insane stuff. But Herzog is labor, so even in his insults, he recognizes a Palestinian. I thought that Herzog kind of bent over backwards. Oh, hello, Bomber of Doom. I thought Herzog was kind of spineless, although he is like the president, so I think his job is to like sort of be like this kind of like neutral embodiment of unity or whatever. Like, he doesn't actually have any power.
These are not random Israelis voicing extremist opinions. They are the highest-ranking officials in the Israeli government: the prime minister, the president, the finance minister, and the minister of.
Yes, and you are, and in several cases they were talking about Hamas. Well, except Ben-Gvir, but that's just because Ben-Gvir thinks every Palestinian is a terrorist.
National security. That's not normal. This dehumanizing language, the severity and scale of destruction, and the methods employed are all key indicators used to infer intent. Remember, when making such
Again, we're just going to ignore that Hamas exists.
inference, it's important to view the situation holistically, including the lead up to October 7th and the years of subjugation and ethnic cleansing that Palestinians have endured. The fact that Zionists still deny that this is genocide is laughable, especially given the countless human rights organizations, UN bodies, and genocide scholars that say otherwise. These include but are not limited
Oh my God, the appeals to authority.
to Amnesty International, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, UN Special Committees, Human Rights Watch, and even Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel. Raz Segal, a scholar of Holocaust and genocide studies, called Israel's actions, quote, "a textbook case of genocide unfolding in front of our eyes," as early as October 2023. Holocaust
That's ridiculous, by the way. Oh, hey, this article, this article, there was also a response written in the New York Times to this article, which was nice. It was kind of disappointing to see this from Omar Bartov, by the way. He's a Holocaust historian.
historian Omar Bartov, who served in the IDF and long defended Israel by framing his actions as mere human rights violations, has since reversed his position, stating that he now believes Israel is indeed committing genocide. And on September 1st, 2020,
No, Ben-Gvir is always saying insane shit, Lithium Dragon. Always. He wants them to be kicked out. Ben-Gvir is an absolute nutter, and so is Smotrich. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich both want to settle Gaza. They want to like take it over, annex it, and build settlements there, and like basically ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians.
5.
Hell, they don't even just want to do that. They would also like to kick them out of Israel too. Any Palestinians that are living in Israel proper. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it is lithium dragon. It is absolutely irresponsible to allow them to mouth off, and I do think that like Netanyahu and others should be telling him to shut up, but unfortunately they can't because that Ben-Gvir kind of has Netanyahu by the balls because that Ben-Gvir can walk away at any time and dissolve his government. And then there'd be an election. So yeah, unfortunately, Netanyahu is beholden to these people because he basically sold out in order to allow these extremists. Because I believe none of the left wing parties would form a government with him. He has some legal knowledge on his back. He uses it to through loopholes into the system. Same with Rockman. Oh yeah, Simcha Rockman, that guy. Destiny debated that guy. Actually, I don't think I ever watched that full debate. Oh, to throw some legal loopholes, yeah. Oh yeah, do they actually not want to stop at Palestine? I mean, I have heard that it wouldn't surprise me if Ben-Gvir and Smotrich want Israel to like go into Lebanon and annex up to the Litani River and build settlements there, which was also something that like has never happened because Israel knows they can't do that.
86% of the members of the International Association of Genocide Scholars who participated in a vote supported a resolution stating that Israel is in fact committing genocide.
Oh my god, he's citing the genocide scholar thingy. The thingy where like anybody could pay money to join this thing.
Under the definition provided by the Genocide Convention. For those who like to throw out half-baked rebuttals, such as, if Israel is committing genocide, they're really bad at it since they haven't killed everyone, or if Israel wanted to...
I mean, it's not that they haven't killed anyone, it's that they, like, the number of people that they have killed is, like, they've killed, the official number is 60,000. It's probably, maybe it's like, I'd be willing to, like, the highest that I'd go is probably, like, 100,000, but I don't even think it's that high. It's probably more like 80 or 90, maybe, but... Yeah, I agree. Let's go. Why isn't Loner in here? I guess Overzealots doesn't know that Loner exists. Like, you don't have to go as far as to say, why didn't they kill all of them? But, like, really, if Israel really, like, if they were out to kill tons of Gazan civilians, the death toll would still be way higher than it is right now. And again, the answer isn't, like, I'm not saying it's not a genocide. It could be, but if it is, it became one, I think, much later than these people think, because this dumbass thinks that it was a genocide from the start. Like, this dumbass probably thinks that Israel's been doing genocide since 1948. But in reality, I think that, it is possible that it will be found out to be a genocide once there are further investigations. But it's not like it's like a completely clear-cut thing right now. And because that we lack important information, I'm not comfortable just saying, I know for sure that it's a genocide, and I hate this truism. And it relies on basically pretending that Hamas doesn't exist, pretending that they don't set up shop in civilian areas, pretending that they don't tell their civilians to not say anything if they see Hamas fighters in the area, to not talk about the fact that Hamas launches rockets from in civilian areas, and basically just shut the fuck up. Like, that's what they say. And it's rather silly that, like, but none of these, to them, like, Hamas just isn't real, that they just don't exist. They just don't matter. They show Biden and Destiny, but not Trump. Yeah, that's true, Chase. That's very funny. Why isn't Trump in here? Trump was president by the time this video came out. This is from October 4th, 2025. I guess, like, it's just so crazy. These people they're so obsessed with, like, hating on the Democrats. You know, like, I mean, yeah, sure, Ben Shapiro is in here, but
They could have wiped out everyone in Gaza. Let me share a quick excerpt from the aforementioned Amnesty International report that addresses this argument. It's
you already did.
Not a requirement that a perpetrator select or pursue the most efficient method of destroying the targeted group. The ICTY Appeals Chamber has held that, even where the method selected will not implement the perpetrator's intent to the fullest, leaving that destruction incomplete, this ineffectiveness alone does not preclude a finding of genocidal intent. As the Appeals Chamber further
I mean, it's not just that. It's just like the fact that, again, you are ignoring that Hamas exists. You're ignoring the fact that there are other reasons, and that, like, all of this is happening in the context of a war. And it's not like it looks like they're going out of their way to just kill as many civilians as possible, which would be the case if it was, like, you know, more of a genocide. Unless, again, you're going to allude to, like, this really weird conspiracy within the IDF to allow there to be no accountability, like Fire did yesterday, which is absolute insanity. And there's nothing that I can say that'll refute it, because it's one of those conspiracies that's it's basically like, well, you know, it only looks like that because they wanted it to. Like that's just what they want you to think. And I'm like, okay, cool. I guess like nothing that I can say will matter. But I don't.
Recognized, international pressure may prevent the perpetrator of a genocidal plan from putting it into action in the most direct and efficient way, and compel them instead to adopt the method which would allow them to implement the genocidal design while minimizing the risk of retribution. Israel with their complete air superiority.
I just don't want to. I just don't want to like. I don't know, look bad by skipping over this, but I really don't. Like, I've heard these arguments so many times. I'm more interested in some of the other stuff he says in this video.
Certainly would have had the ability to commit full-scale human atrocities had they wanted to.
We need to remember that Israel, despite its long history of defying international law, still has to at least try to appear compliant. Another common catchword on the matter is,
oh yeah, there it is. You know, he just did it.
if it's genocide, then why are Palestinian birth rates high? Shouldn't the population be decreasing? Well, contrary to what your typical Zionist Twitter user tells you about a supposed 2% increase in Gaza's population since October 2023, this is false. That 2% figure comes from projections based on pre-October 7th data, specifically from August 2023. In reality, Gaza's population has been declining, with a study published in The Lancet showing a dramatic drop in life expectancy. Remember, official or mainstream death
Yeah, of course there's going to be a drop in the life expectancy during a war.
tolls are almost certainly huge, massive undercounts. Countless bodies remain buried under the rubble, and scholarly estimates suggest that the real number is much, much higher. Israel is the only democracy in the region. Israel likes to pretend like it's the only democracy in the Middle
Oh my God, I can't believe. Okay, what do we think, guys? I'm just going to start predicting because I've heard like at least some of these talking points. He's going to say that Israel's not actually a democracy. And he's going to cite this based on like some weird idea that that because they are occupying Palestinian territory and Palestinians in those territories don't have any rights, that means that Israel's not a real democracy. And then is he going to cite the Palestinians living in Israel? Oh no, wait, they have voting rights. Is he? Yeah, like but he's going to somehow say Israel's not a real democracy, and he's probably going to talk about it being an ethno state. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, Brahma of Doom. The KPD is the German what's it? Communist Partei Deutschland. It's the German Communist Party from the 1930s. Is he going to say Bibi rigs the election? It is actually entirely possible that he might say something about because Bibi's been in power for so long, Funky, that that Israel's not a democracy anymore. And then he's probably going to cite a bunch of other stuff, like some of like the weird stuff that Ben Gvir does in terms of going after Palestinian citizens, or yeah, get out your bingo cards, everybody.
East, but as Elon Pape pointed out, that this held true only for its Jewish population did not trouble its conscience too much. He reminds us that the litmus test of any democracy is the level of tolerance it is willing to extend toward the minorities living in it.
Are we going to talk about the Palestinian citizens of Israel and how like they were citizens and then how they got voting rights in the 1970s, was it? Or I think it was yeah, God, if Sev were here, he'd kill me because he's talked about this so much.
In this respect, Israel falls
1965, yeah.
short of being a true democracy.
Funky.
For example, after the new territorial gains, several laws were passed ensuring a superior position for the majority. The laws governing citizenship, the laws concerning land ownership, and most importantly, the law of return. The latter grants automatic citizenship to every Jew in the world, wherever he or she was born. This law, in particular, is a flagrantly undemocratic one, for it was accompanied by the total rejection of the Palestinian right of return, denying people the right of return to their homeland after they were ethnically cleansed, and at the same time offering this right to others who have no connection to the land.
Okay, I mean, God damn it, this is so stupid because it's like, unfortunately, and like I don't really agree with this, but if you do lose a war, it's fairly normal that you may not be allowed to go back home if you lose a war. I don't like that, obviously. I don't think that it's good. I think that the Palestinians who fled should have been allowed to go back. I think that like some sort of security measures probably could have been put in place to ensure that things would have been okay with them. But I definitely think that that would have been better. Or like maybe the ones who fought against the Jews shouldn't have been allowed to go back, but the ones who didn't should have been, or something like that. I think that like something should have been done to allow that. I understand why they didn't let them go back, but I do think that they should have. Like on a moral level, it was really bad that they did not allow them to go back. All that being said, I do think that like it's rather ridiculous to continue to extend this after like people who experienced the Nakba are no longer alive, and now it's just their kids, and their kids have never set foot in the land that they used to live in. Like, should they be allowed to visit that land? Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be very nice if they would be allowed to visit there. And I think that it would be cool if maybe like in like 150 to 200 years from now, if Palestinians and Israelis can get their shit together and work stuff out and there's not so much bad blood, then yeah, maybe one state where they're both equal could be possible. But it's going to take a long time and a lot of stuff to change before that should happen. And it's unfair to like make the Palestinians wait to have a state until that point.
Is a model of undemocratic practice. See, the purported democracy that exists in Israel is designed to serve the interests of Jews
Yeah, okay, so he's doing it. He's basically saying Israel's not a democracy.
alone. As the 2018 nation-state law affirms, the state of Israel is for Jews to exercise their right to self-determination, and this right is only available for Jews.
Yes, but there are other laws in Israel that go against this. Like,
In addition to this, the law considers Jewish settlement a national value and not only encourages but protects it. Imagine an American law championing the U.S. as the nation-state of white people.
hey, Funky Tortoise, what is religious zealousness? Yes, Bomber of Doom. What? If Funky, if you're still here, can you tell me what the what is the first basic law? First basic law, Israel, because that law hasn't been, or the basic laws of Israel, because you guys don't have a constitution. "14 quasi-constitutional laws of the state of Israel, some of which can only be changed by a supermajority vote in the Knesset." Okay. A constituent assembly should have prepared a constitution by October 1st, 1948. The delay in eventual decision on June 13th, 1950 to legislate a constitution chapter by chapter resulted primarily from the inability of different groups in Israeli society to agree on the purpose of the state's identity, and on a long-term vision. Oh, Ben Gurion was opposed to, that's interesting. Oh, hopping on? Oh, okay, hold on. Be careful of the disco snails. What are the disco snails? That's why it'll never be calm in the Middle East. Of course not. The Middle East is kind of a crazy, religious zealousness. I don't think that this conflict is entirely religious based, Bomber of Doom. I don't think that's fair. I think it's become more so lately, but I don't think that that's always been the case. I know that a lot of people don't agree, but I feel like that's an oversimplification, because that there were lots of like I think there's other stuff that's part of this that wasn't like related to religion. Or like the extent to which religion is actually part of this is that it's religion that's just being used. Oh, list of the basic laws. This is what we wanted.
Can you
Oh. Hello?
can you hear me?
I can.
Hey,
Hey.
so yeah, okay. So essentially, the basic laws, like you read, they couldn't agree on a constitution in 1948 during the war. So they just like shunted it like forward and said, okay, we will have like this concept of a basic law that one day might codify into a constitution, but it doesn't have any special legal standing opposed to any other law. So there's like only 3 basic laws out of like 20 that have like, it's called like shielding, that you need like an actual majority, like over 60 votes, in order to get rid of them. Which is, I think it's like freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and something. But yeah, all of them are like a framework for maybe one day having a constitution. That's the point.
Okay. Yeah, the thing that I was curious about, because I'm pretty sure maybe it was in the Declaration of Independence, but wasn't there something like among Israel's basic laws that stated that every Israeli citizen would like have the right to vote or whatever, that it extended to like everyone who was a citizen of the country and not just Jewish people?
Yes,
Um,
yes. There's one of the first basic laws was like equality under the law, and that's why like there was a big push to end like the special whatever circumstances that stopped most, not even all, but most Arabs from voting.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like equality under the law is one of the basic laws. Yeah, have to be perfect.
Yeah. I figured as much. I'm kind of looking for that. Oh, I also see like human dignity and liberty is like it says in 1992 is this one, but
Yeah, that's the biggest one that like the Supreme Court cites to like go against a lot of what the right wing government does in like settlers and stuff.
yeah, all right. And so, but okay, so this guy's basically just going to ignore all of that and just talk about the nation state law, which the nation state law, I believe you guys have
Yeah.
explained, is more like a virtue signal. It's obviously not a good virtue signal, but because it doesn't change anything, it doesn't take away the rights from other groups of people, at least
Yeah,
not
it
yet.
doesn't actually like add anything to the law books. You can't actually like enforce anything because it's not like it just like says things like this is the Jewish state and its official language is Hebrew. And Arabic will have some special standing, but it's not official. Like I don't know. It's just like to piss off Palestinians. That's the reason they did it. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it doesn't actually change much. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, obviously it's not good, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
no. It's like a lot of people hated it. Like we lost a lot of support from the Jews because they felt like it excluded even them, and they like sacrificed a lot for the country. So yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
people were mad about that. It's not even only Palestinians.
Oh yeah, no, that would make sense. And it's interesting that there's no carve out. Who do the Druze mainly vote for, by the way? Like, is there a specific are they like more
Right
liberal?
wing,
Oh,
right wing.
really? Damn.
Yeah,
So,
most. Yeah, no. They are. They like it's called like if you ever research like the reason why we're so close to the Jews, it's like Ben Gurion and I don't know if it was Rabin, but like Dayan, they went to and before the 1948 war to like the Jews leadership, and they signed something called the Blood Pact between the Jews and the Jews to like to be like brother nations for the rest of eternity, like actual like very interesting weird cultural shit.
oh,
And since then, like yeah,
yeah, okay. Well, okay, that honestly, geez, that makes this even worse. Like if they mostly vote right wing because like Bibi basically just stabbed them in the back with that nation state law, then like yeah,
yeah,
that's
uh, exactly. Yeah,
yeah, I can see that's even written here on Wikipedia. That's pretty nuts. Okay, well, thank you for that info. But yeah, like that's what I figured. All right, so this guy's just gonna ignore all of that shit because of course he
yeah,
is.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
have fun listening to the schizo. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. Bye. God damn it. Okay.
or even the nation state of Christians. That would rightfully be understood as supremacist and undemocratic. In addition to this law, the state of Israel does not recognize an Israeli nationality, only Israeli citizenship. Jews are granted Jewish nationality, while minorities are assigned a national identity tied to their religion or ethnicity. Those without Jewish nationality are denied the rights and privileges reserved for Jews, as we'll explore further in the next segment. To preserve a Jewish state, the Zionist project depends on maintaining a Jewish demographic majority with as few Palestinians as possible. This is why Israel insists on defining itself as both Jewish and democratic. Democracy only functions so long as the Jewish majority is upheld, ensuring the state remains built primarily for Jews at the expense of the minorities within it. Put very simply, the principle of majority rule holds value in Israel only when the majority is Jewish. For this reason, through measures ranging from discriminatory immigration policies to outright ethnic cleansing and genocide, the state of Israel has remained fixated on preserving its
Wait, are we just going to talk about ethnic cleansing and discriminatory immigration? I mean, like, I'm sorry, and it sucks, but countries do have rights to set their immigration policies like to be whatever they choose to do. Um, and like, yeah, obviously it's not good, but like, are you going to make the same complaint about other countries that do this? Or about the Arab countries in the region that do this, that define themselves as Arab republics? Like, is this something that you're also going to be mad about? Because, like, by your definition, that would also make them ethno-states. And yes, white Christians are not mass persecuted throughout North America. You are correct, Chase. That's true. So he's doing the thing where we're talking about ethno-states again. where we're loading the whole term, where we're talking about how Israel's an ethno state, and we're only doing that because we want to like tie it back to like white nationalism, where when like white people do not have any sort of legitimate grievance or any like kind of issue of being discriminated against by literally everyone in every country that they've ever lived in. White people are not, they don't face that kind of thing. So it's silly to make this comparison. They're Arabs, they're like minorities. Yes, even in countries where they form the majority, they're like minorities. Jewish birth rates in Israel is higher than the Arab birth rate. No need to even do anything to keep the Jewish majority. Oh yeah, right now there's not. Yes, Loner. Yes, Loner Unboxed. Yes, Spider. Yes, I'm sure Colorgate is still going. And I might later on watch something with Hassan, but yeah. Yes, I know, Chase. And unfortunately, because these people are idiots and they think that they think that Israel counts as white even though it doesn't. Yeah.
Jewish demographic majority. Consider the phrase Israel's democratic Jewish character. What does it mean to speak of the democratic character of a state that has been determined by its Supreme Court to be the sovereign state of the Jewish people, including Jews in the diaspora, but not the state of its citizens? Recall that the Jewish character of the state is not merely symbolic. Discrimination against Arab citizens is far-reaching and deeply rooted in legal structure and administrative practice, including access to land, development funds, and virtually every aspect of social life.
Yes, you are. This is true. There is a lot of discrimination against the Arab minority in Israel, and these are things that should absolutely be changed. Although a lot of it is not necessarily, from my understanding, a lot of it is not necessarily like a sort of like legal thing. It's more like it's a systemic thing where like there's a level of discrimination that is applied. So like if Arabs apply to buy land, they're less likely to be allowed to do it than if Jews apply to buy land. And it's not like this is written into the law that like Arabs won't get this, or Arabs can't have land, or if you're Arab, then you can't buy land. It's more like they just kind of do that, although I might be wrong about that. Yes, Spider, you're a boomer. I understand that you think that that the Star Wars prequels are good. And welcome back to 2003 or something. Imagine how police treated black people in the US. Yeah, like if I was gonna like do like some sort of sliding scale of discrimination, I would probably say that like that the shit that the Arabs have to deal with in Israel is worse than what like is worse than like what black people have to deal with in the United States today, but it's not apartheid. It's like somewhere between the two, you know. Like I'd probably say something to that effect rather than, yeah, like there's a whole bunch of systemic issues within the system that they have to deal with and stuff, which is not good. Or maybe, yeah, like 19, like, yeah, if you want to say that like what they deal with is similar to like what's in the US, I'd say like you probably have to go back further than today, because obviously in the United States things have improved considerably for black people. Yeah, it might be like that, or maybe like the 1980s or something to that effect. Or could even be the 70s really, but it would be after like desegregation, because there's not, although my understanding is that in Israel there is segregation towards but between like Arabs and Jews, but it's self-imposed, which is interesting. Some neighborhoods are still pretty bad to be blown in. Oh yeah, I know, Jane Socks. I'm not saying that like, yeah, there's still like black people in the US still have like have to deal with a ton of shit. And a lot of it is a result of they don't have generational wealth and like then like the cycle of poverty and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like the discrimination that is faced by the Arabs in Israel. It seems less like it's built into the law and more like it's about it's like a sort of it's a systemic thing that is exercised because of systemic racism against them. Kind of like how in the United States there's sort of similar things like that where black people get impacted disproportionately by various mechanisms within the system, but nowhere in the law does it say because you're black it means you can't have X, Y, or Z, which was the case with segregation or the redlining stuff where it was spelled out explicitly.
wrote Professor Noam Chomsky in The Fateful Triangle. In the 2011 book False Prophets of Peace, anti-Zionist Israeli activist Tikva Honig Parnas argues that the supposed left-wing
Oh, yes, of course. We got to bring up the anti-Zionists.
flank of Zionist intellectuals bears significant responsibility for maintaining the contradictory idea of Israel as both a Jewish and democratic state. By constructing a state where self-determination and national rights are reserved exclusively for Jewish people, she explains, any genuine democratic aspirations are negated from the start. She places most of the blame for this charade on liberal and left-wing Zionists since their professed commitment.
But like, is that even, I feel like they're just doing it. It's just, he's going to do the apartheid shit too, where he's going to talk about how it's apartheid. And I would hope that when he does talk about that, he's only going to talk about the West Bank, which is entirely fair to make that claim. But if he's going to try to say that Israel proper is apartheid, then at that point it's like, what the fuck?
To Enlightenment values and liberal democracy.
There's a weird segregation where Arab Israelis can't move to the West Bank like Jewish settlers can. Oh, yeah, I know that's true. Yeah, because that's not what these fuckers want. Like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they don't want people to move to the West Bank, right? The cat will not move until petted. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's here because because it's almost 3:00. And yeah. Yes, I know, Chase. Yes, I know. Vosh thinks Israel's modern day Rhodesia. He also probably doesn't know anything about Rhodesia, and he probably thinks that it's as bad as South Africa and yada yada yada. Yes. Of course he is. And now he's biting. He wants me to feed him. That's what he wants. Oh, I don't need a short summary of Rhodesia, although it's been a while since I looked into that, but yeah. Oh, he says that all the time. Ah, assert dominance. Yes, he is going to assert dominance. He wants me to feed him. I'm going to do that in just a second. Holy fuck, Stuart. Calm down. Hold on, guys. We might have Ogreboy. All right, yes, we're gonna do it. We've got Ogreboy coming. Everybody, tell your friends. I'll be right back. Maybe the video wasn't that bad if Ogreboy is the alternative. Oh, come on now. Isn't it more fun to like yell at people? Isn't that more interesting?
Democracy forces them to twist themselves into knots trying to present Israel as a democracy while it openly defines itself as a Jewish state. The right-wingers, on the other hand, don't really give a shit about liberalism or democracy in the first place, so their intellectuals rarely bother trying to reconcile the contradiction between Israel as an ethnocracy and Israel as a supposed democracy. In addition to how Israel treats its minorities, the state also silences dissenting voices regardless of their ethnicity. An example of this authoritarianism comes in the form of Israel's treatment of Jewish Israeli historian Ilan Pappé. Pappé is part of a group of academics known as the New
I mean, that might have something more to do with Pape's
historians who emerged in the 80s with new information regarding Israel's foundation.
Not that that's like, obviously it wouldn't be justified for them to do that. Like if I'm guessing that they banned him from entering the country, which I don't think is good. I don't think they should have done that to Finkelstein either. I feel like all of this stuff just is like, this is just not good. Like just let him come and talk, like free speech, guys. It's not like these people are terrorists.
And the ethnic cleansing it committed in the process. Pappé is the most radical of the bunch and has been for the longest time. He calls for one democratic state with equal rights for all. Isn't that just the most radical thing ever? What?
I mean, kinda, yeah. It's not, it's kind of like a shitty, it's a pipe dream. Should Hassan be banned from entering? No, absolutely not. He should not be banned from entering. He should be allowed in.
What a nut job this guy is. Anyway, Pappé, who was born and raised in Israel and taught at Haifa University, is no longer able to teach in Israel due to his support for an international academic boycott of Israeli institutions and his anti-Zionist worldview. The censorship campaign he was met with was so severe that not only was he expelled from Haifa University and unable to teach, but he is prohibited from entering Israeli high schools as well.
My writing led to strong pressure from the university on me to censor myself, and since I refused, I eventually was expelled from the University of Haifa in 2000.
No one in the region wants to run state with equal rights. Why do they never mention the people? Yeah, no, it's because they don't care. American Progressive was, Wisconsin. It's because they don't care. Because they have the, as Lonerbox hilariously called it, the colonizer mindset. And they just want to come in and enforce their super progressive worldview on all of these people.
7. And I'm also barred from entering Israeli high school.
Why isn't it? Hello.
Hello.
Oh man. It's the man, the myth, the legend.
I wouldn't go that far.
I think I probably would. But I mean, I don't know. It's just, before we get into any sort of debate, I just want to ask, how the hell did you find me anyway? I'm like a nobody.
So have you ever heard of the website Filmot?
Oh yeah, I have, absolutely. Do you name search yourself to see?
So I was trying to find an argument that I had with somebody, and I didn't put a site in.
Oh.
And there was a thumbnail for you in between the thing I was looking for and something else that I didn't know existed. And I was like, what is this? And it was I think the clip was something to the effect of, and there's Ogreboy with his cancer and awfulness. And I was like, oh, okay. This is interesting. I'll give this a listen. And then from there, it was just a matter of, so to keep it a buck, I usually don't like doing these primarily because I don't, how do I phrase this? I still have like really bad fight or flight when it comes to a lot of this sort of shit. And it usually has to be something that, it's like a person that's been putting out a lot of content about a certain thing, and then I have a chance to kind of watch and listen, and then I get like, ooh, okay, and then I'll, but like you're kind of an unknown commodity for what it's worth, so I don't really. This is kind of like, it's not to where you had like, you're a streamer that had like a hot take that went viral, and I'm like rolling up my shirt sleeves going, I'll give that person a piece of my mind. Like, I don't, so like whatever you want to talk about is fine. But I don't really have like a big, like, why I gotta load it up for what it's worth.
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts about the ceasefire and Trump's deal?
It should be approached with a lot of cautious skepticism. Anything that gets the bombs to stop falling and gets food in the region is a godsend. There's a couple people over there that by sheer freak of nature, I've been able to exchange a few Twitter DMs with over the last like year or so, and they're very grateful for the moment that we're in. They're hoping that it lasts. I haven't been able to do too much reading about the very specific moment that we're in, but I've seen people basically suggest that there was a similar deal that was on the table a year ago that could have been pursued, and there was just a decision there to not do so. So I'm a little cross about that, because I do think there's a series of dominoes that led the Orange Man bad, and I think that's a portion of it, and maybe we could have been in an alternate timeline had some people made some different decisions. But otherwise, I think it's in general a good thing.
Okay, yeah, obviously I think it's a good thing too. Regarding the deal from a year ago, I mean, like, as people have pointed out, this does look similar to Joe Biden's original plan that he was pushing for, the one that he tweeted about. Like, do you remember that, where like he wanted to have kind of like a phased thing?
Yeah, he also did a press conference on it and announced it like a big 3-part deal, and then it's been a while since I've read into any of this, but at the time they were basically saying that that it was something that like all the mediators and then the sort of envoy that was there from Israel had all agreed upon. They said that they had gotten it signed off, but that like within a day, Netanyahu was basically in Israeli media talking about like, bullshit, I didn't agree to that. And then it was already something that got like poo-pooed. But the other thing that I was talking about, and now again, I'm sure I don't know you, and if I do say anything like in your circles or something like that, obviously I'm somewhat attaching you to what I do know of Mr. Box.
I have a lot of respect to Mr. Box. Yes,
fair enough. And I'm sure he only speaks very highly of me. Having said that, I know if I mention somebody like Ryan Grimm, you're probably collectively going to roll your eyes, and I'm not going to try to go find it right now. But one of the things that I think within the last like 48 hours ish, essentially there was a clip that went on that he got a hold of from Israeli media, where basically somebody was talking about the reason that they were willing or as willing to go with this current deal as it was is because the language from the Biden plan essentially had it that by a certain part of the phase, like phase 2, at the end of it, it was supposed to be them completely withdrawing from Gaza Strip, and they didn't want to do, like, they being Israel did not want to do that, so that's why they didn't completely go through with that deal and backed out of it. The current one, as it stands, there's no real final timeline for when they're supposed to leave Gaza, and I think that's part of the like acceptance of it, at least on their end. So
I do, like, obviously there are issues with the Israelis and the Israeli right, and the fact that they like, especially the more far right, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, obviously they don't want to pull out of Gaza, and they were opposed to this deal as well. They don't want to leave because obviously they want to take over Gaza. I think Bibi has been a lot more cagey about it, but that's largely because that he has to like sort of like weigh this. And also, if you look at polls, I don't like them like every single I think it's like 40 or 50% of Israelis like support like settling Gaza again or something. And yes, we can say that number is too high, and I absolutely agree that it is. I think that's insane. However, it's not
Well, there
everybody in
was
the country.
just to be clear, and I can send it to you. There was a story that came out at the end of 24 that basically, and again, right, consider the source, debunk, whatever the fuck. If I quote something and it's you know, something along those lines that you have an issue with, that's fine, right? And that's something that can be picked apart at a later date. But there was let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll just send it to you. Dropside essentially had a thing from last year that they were making the case that they had already started the process for settling North Gaza, that there was a West Bank settlement company that was actively soliciting people to participate, and that would have qualified as part of their. Sorry, I can't. I'm fucking slow today. I can't type and fucking do this at the same time. Give me just a second. West Bank news. This is like the one that I never bookmarked, but I know what to type in. Here. I mean, it's not something you got to put up on the screen right now or anything, or I mean, it's your stream. You can do whatever you want, but this was something that like seemed at least fairly credible. And then the author of the story, or the writer, the journalist rather, of the story on his Twitter had a phone call essentially that he was posing as somebody that was Israeli that was looking to go in on the job. I'm not somebody that can fucking translate, so if it was bullshit or not, that part of it I wouldn't know. But it did seem like this was something that they were putting considerable effort into trying to vet. And if you scroll down, there's like the work release disclaimer waiver fucking form or whatever. And they show like some of the groups that were behind the backing of it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that there's like been movements, especially considering that there are people in the Israeli government who want to do this. And like, obviously the big fear is not that they will sanction settlements. It's more that they just will let it happen and not stop them.
I mean, that's
However,
kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other, right?
I mean, like, yeah, and that's obviously a fear that one has. Although, like, I just want to say that, like, I feel like just because that there are people that are pushing for this doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. And obviously, people are going to highlight this. And by the way, I think that the other issue here too is, of course, everyone is focusing on what Israel will or will not do. But I'm willing to bet that you probably don't care that Hamas is unlikely to disarm, and that is probably going to be what will ultimately give Bibi the excuse to start this whole thing up again. Because that's what's going to happen, and they've been very cagey about that, and they've denied that, like, they don't want to disarm. And like, did you watch that interview with the Hamas guy with Jeremy Diamond? Like, the Hamas officials in Qatar are constantly talking about how they're not going to disarm.
Well,
And
I don't know
like,
about the Jeremy Diamond one, but there was 2 or 3 other ones, and I'm pretty sure it was probably the same spokesperson that gave almost the same. I think I was watching that the one night that you popped up in my chat. There's 2 tracks there. One, and again, my Sunday and yesterday were kind of dog shit. So I haven't like dove too much into reading stuff to get caught up. But there was another thing where they've recently said that they did agree to, or something about a disarmament plan. That sentence that just came out of my face is the extent of what I know about it. I got home, changed, ate a chicken sandwich, and then I got a ping on Discord, so I haven't looked into that yet. The other track, here's what I would say, or here's how I look at it. Right, the other track of looking at that is essentially if you agree that that Hamas is like the ultimate villain here, right? Let's just go with that. They're the bad guys. Hate them.
I mean,
I
it sounds
hate
like
them.
Yeah, but it sounds like you don't think that, which I think is interesting. Yes,
but
I
the
think
point.
Hamas
Here's
is worse than Israel, but go on.
Okay, here's the point I would make though, right? If they're part of this is they're willing to, and this was something that people were reporting on as early as this spring, and I think you might even know what I'm about to say because this was the same case I made to
yes,
Mr.
I remember
Box.
you saying this. Yes.
There were portions in the Witkoff proposal where they were putting about their removal of power, their even potential exile, things of that nature, that they've been trying to work into the deal for a while. The anti-Hamas protests and things, which I don't think they were quite the way the loner was presenting them, but there were definitely people there that were definitely angry with their government. That's everybody's right to. I back anybody's ability to be able to say they don't like their fucking government. I think that's
So you're not
100% something
gonna
we should all.
repeat the same lies that a lot of people have been spreading around, like how that journalist that got killed recently, who was with Hamas, like this claim that he was killed by like Israeli-backed militias when he was actually killed by one of the clans in Gaza that Hamas has long been squabbling with.
No, what I was going to say is a part of that protest that caught everybody's imagination at the time, there was also lots of other people that were documented that basically had like, it was also an anti-Israeli protest. There
Well,
were
I mean,
people
of course,
basically,
no one says
they were,
those people like Israel. Like anybody who
no,
says that
I
is
mean, but that's,
delusional. I don't think
okay,
that
but
that's stupid.
okay, no, that's fair, and I'm glad you think that, but I'm just trying to cover my bases here. There were people there at the time that were basically saying like, it's not that we don't like you guys, but you fucking can't stay by purely by virtue of like where we've gotten. There's people that understand, like the ones that are dropping the bombs are Israel, and that's the highest order of magnitude problem in the moment. But like you guys have fucked up too. You also have to go. The reason I went down that path was to just make the point of they understand that at this point, like Gaza is like an albatross around their neck or vice versa, depending on how you want to look
You
at
mean
it. They know
Hamas
they
is
need to
a
leave.
yes. Yeah.
So, so now if you can establish that they know they need to leave, they know they need to go, if they're the bad guys in this equation, I'm willing to say they are, there should be an element there to where you admit or you acknowledge that the remaining citizenry should be able to self-govern.
Of
They
course.
should have some kind of state.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're agreeing to all those things, them having some means of defending themselves would matter, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, but that's not going to be Hamas.
It doesn't have to be Hamas. It can. The whole point was for them to turn over, and this was the thing that guy was saying, at least in the two interviews that I saw him in.
Oh, I know what you're
the
saying. Go on.
The whole idea is they want to be able to hand whatever it is they have over to whoever comes next. And one of the biggest problems with that deal is at least for like, I think one of the readings that I had of it was that it was like a 5-year nebulous window of like, at some point we'll look at letting you guys govern, but in the meanwhile, it's Tony Blair or whatever. Like, there is no people to hand the shit over to next because there isn't going to be like an interim Palestinian government. It's going straight over to this Board of Peace bullshit. One of the reads that I had of details that were available at the time was like, well, there'll be like one Palestinian and then some people from the neighboring Arab states and then Tony Blair and then a bunch of like CEOs and shit, which is insane. But without getting too far off the beaten path, I think that there's an argument there that should be a controlled means of leaving whatever it is they currently have and giving that to whoever the next government is.
I mean, like I believe that was the point, was that like they were supposed to
they wanted
and hand over their weapons.
Decommissioning is essentially destroying or rendering useless anything that's there, not warehousing it and then basically going like, here's the combo for the padlock on the front door, new government, have at it. Now you can defend yourself as needed.
I mean, if you think like the next government or the next group of people that's there is going to have like they're going to need to have weapons so they can police the strip and whatnot. But like, are they going to need to have Qassam rockets? No, I don't think so. And also those rockets are shitty, and yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, there's just no reason. Like,
but at the end of the day, I don't think that's something that like me or you should decide. You know what I mean? And that's a bigger, broader in scope thing. The other problem that I see with just the demand for disarming, and there could be newer information about this that I'm not aware of, but I think the inherent problem with that is how do you even do it? How do you even verify that it's been done? You would need some manner of like an independent investigator, which as of right now, I don't know of any that Israel is going to allow in, or how that mechanism is going to work. I think that's something that we all have to kind of collectively wait and see. but you would need some sort of investigator or audit team or whatever the case may be to go in, look at whatever they have, document it, fucking, I don't think that they have like a Hamas QuickBooks Excel file that says, here's all our shit. So there's got to be some means of looking at it, counting it, accounting for it, documenting it, and then turning that over and saying, here's what they have. Now let's talk about the process of dismantling it or to me, decommissioning means destroy. So
I mean,
the two tracks are, do they deserve to have the next citizenry? Do they deserve to have some means of defending themselves? And what does that look like? And then the second track is, how do you even make sure that it happens appropriately? It seems like by design, it's something that's intended to let Israel have an attempt to say that they didn't hold, Hamas didn't hold up their end because they didn't hand over all the things that we can't prove that they do or do not have.
I mean, it's not even just about them disarming. It's also about them leaving and no longer governing the strip, or like that their leaders are leaving, like that basically that they are not going to be in charge of anything, right? And it seems like there's been no movement on their part to do that. Like, do you think that they should be able to stay in charge? There's also a bunch of other things here too.
No, I'm completely okay with them having to leave. I'm completely okay with, but like again, my understanding is for several months now, at a minimum, they've been trying to make part of the arrangement and part of the deal them being completely removed from power, if not being exiled from Gaza itself. And if that's the case, then I think that there shouldn't be anything wrong with them handing over whatever they have next.
The thing is that, like, I feel like it seems like your evidence for this is like that one interview where like someone said something about like a piece of paper, and now like what they're currently saying is considerably more cagey than that. Like, they're not, like, I think in fact even on Drop Site, because I just looked this up, the most recent senior Hamas leader, Musa Abu Marzouk, on Trump's Gaza plan and the future of Hamas. This is from October 7th, actually.
No, I did. That's fine. I know.
I assume you looked at this. I mean, like, this guy basically gives the masterful Middle Eastern leader answer of not answering the question when asked about like disarming and leaving Gaza and stuff. Which, like, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but like Middle Eastern leaders are super good when talking to like Western audiences about like basically saying nothing while saying a lot of things. And just dodging questions.
The main point I'm going off of is the term sheet that they had originally worked out closer to the spring. That they had a specific amendment about. I'm going off of memory, but I know at a bare minimum it is them being completely removed from power. I want to say it was even them being exiled, and that when the term sheet came back from Israel, they had basically removed that very specific negotiation term from the document that they returned with, which suggested that the idea of them being removed, I maybe it's a little bit conspiratorial on my part, but the idea of that piece of data becoming more mainstream and their willingness to leave wasn't something that was convenient for like Israel's narrative, because the one thing that everybody wants to keep saying over and over again is, well, they have to be removed from power. And then you, at least in that moment, that very specific moment, you had an example of going like, no, we need to be removed from power. We need to be removed from power. It didn't really help the conversation, at least from their point of view, if that makes any sense.
I mean, yeah, it does. But the problem is that it just doesn't jive with their current actions. And also, I sort of reject this. I don't like this whole notion that, like, like Gaza needs to have a means to defend itself, and that's why Hamas can't leave or whatever. And I don't know, like, if that's necessarily exactly what you're saying, but I just like this because I don't think Hamas is defending Gaza. I don't think that that's what they're doing. I don't think that's ever been what they've been doing. Like, they're not. They are not a defensive force. I mean, they started the war and they knew what would happen. And so it's kind of...
No, to be certain, I don't think that they would have ever expected that this response of like the absolute destruction that's occurred. I don't... My very... and I'll admit, somewhat limited, but my limited understanding of like pre-October 7th type shit is that the occasional like hostage grab had existed, The idea being they would take a small handful of people and be able to exchange them for a large number of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli detention cells and things of that nature. And that this was, there was some more to it than that this time, obviously, but there was that was part of the hopeful outcome this time around, and the notion that they would end up dropping, like, what's the current Hiroshima count? 5, 6, 7 Hiroshimas worth of like munitions on Gaza was not something that I think they foresaw.
There's no way that they didn't know that Israel's reaction was going to be insane. I mean, they built miles and miles of tunnels. The other thing was, though, is that what happened was I was reading about this the other day. They found a whole bunch of stuff. They found Sinwar's notebook in Gaza and stuff like later on, and a bunch of other shit related to that. And there's also like other documents and investigations that have come out. Like Sinwar thought that the Palestinians, because of the civil unrest that occurred in 2021 over the Sheikh Jarrah stuff, he thought that the Palestinians in Israel were going to rise up when October 7th happened. And he also thought that Hezbollah was going to do way more than they did. Like he thought Hezbollah was actually going to invade Israel from the north. And none of that ended up happening. And so he was basically just left with his pants down because that, like obviously the Palestinians in Israel weren't going to do it, and the ones in the West Bank were not about to like fuck themselves over by doing a third intifada. So like he was the only one, and he just got left holding the bag, and then yeah, so like but I mean, obviously they expected something, and it would have been ridiculous not to assume. And because they built miles and miles of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip, they were clearly preparing for that. And by the way, it is insane that the civilians aren't allowed in these tunnels, and that they didn't build any bomb shelters for their civilians. But like that's a separate thing that maybe we'll talk about. But yeah.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's take this a couple pieces at a time here. So again, I don't pull in the numbers that you do. I don't really have any like I will bow to the superior streamer. Like you being able to carry 30 people is a feat in and of itself. So I will nod in your direction.
Is it really? Okay, that's I've been all right, but thanks.
I don't stream with any regularity. I'm completely on my own. I don't try to advertise in any communities or whatever. But on a good night, I get like 10 people. One of the other things is like, because my day job sucks, and I don't stream on like a regular schedule, which is like the death of trying to build up momentum, et cetera, right? But somehow at one point, a IDF reservist found their way into my chat.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
fucking know how it happened.
I know what this story is. I remember that you told it about. Yes, I remember yes, I know what you're gonna say. I heard this. I'll just like I guess if you want to tell the story again for my chat, but like, or like, well, tell it.
The short version is I was trying to ask him different questions and be reasonably fair, because obviously he was taking more of a they're all terrorists kind of an approach, and I wasn't wanting to like, well, fuck you, man, and like, kick him out or whatever. I wanted to be able to pick his brain. And in the course of it, I would just ask a couple different questions. And one of the ones that I asked specifically was, let's say they did, because he called them like terror tunnels too. And I said, in the event that they said, you know what, fuck it, we're going to do this like the quote unquote right way. We're going to cordon off a portion of the Gaza Strip. We're going to build the first ever like Fort Al-Aqsa military base, or whatever the case may be. I said, for as well like wired as Gaza is for Israel to be able to like surveil and everything that's going on over there, I was like, how long into the construction of that do you think that would last? And he goes, oh, that would get like blasted to shit on the first day. And I'm like, so now does the whole tunnel thing make like slightly more sense? And he was like, well, and he didn't want to say yes, but he could, that comparison was something that inherently he kind of was a little bit more nudgeable on,
I'm not saying the tunnel thing doesn't make sense. Of course it makes sense. Guerrilla warfare also makes sense. But my issue is that the problem isn't like necessarily the tunnel thing. It's the fact that A, civilians aren't allowed into the tunnels. B, there are no bomb shelters in Gaza. Like, why couldn't they attach bomb shelters to these tunnels? And C, Hamas actively like tells like civilians not to fucking say anything to any journalists or anybody else about whether or not there were any of their fighters there after an airstrike, so that they can make it look like everyone that was killed was all just a bunch of innocent civilians and that there were no Gaza people that, like, Hamas purposefully sets up shop in civilian areas. And I understand they do this as a tactic, but they do this. And like, I feel like everyone ignores this. And no, I'm not saying that that means that every single Israeli strike is justified. Of course not. I think like Israel's proportionality assessments are garbage. And I don't think they give a fuck about civilian deaths, or like if they do, it's a very small amount of fucks, but yeah.
So a couple things, I mean, just about that. Because it's a fair question, and if again, right, I'm a dipshit with access to Twitter and YouTube and Google and just some interests and a point of view. But that was I heard this question get asked before, and the person that it was asked of, they didn't have any kind of an answer whatsoever. So this was something that over time I spent time looking into. You could say whatever you want about the requirements or the what may have been the altruistic reason for the initial like blockade, but the reality is that the financial cost of building like the equivalent number of like bomb shelters for everybody in Gaza, that's not something that they would have ever been able, like they've never had the economic means because of that blockade.
So
like
they
the
never.
The West Bank is actually much more economically advanced than Gaza is. It's been a while since I've looked at the very hyper specific numbers, but I can't explain it other than like to like dumb it down to like a game of like Command and Conquer Red Alert or fucking World of Warcraft or whatever.
What you're saying.
I'm saying like where they're at financially, it's not something they would have ever been able to do,
but then
as I understand it.
How was it that they were able to build miles and miles worth of tunnels then?
Well, it's dirt in the ground. Like I don't know.
They're reinforced with concrete.
Sure. But the thing that I would point out, right? Go back to the other tab.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going to talk about. Yeah, this is from 2021. Yes, I am aware that
So my point.
A lot of
my point is
construction material was smuggled in, by the way, like through the Philadelphia corridor, like through tunnels dug under it, in order so that they could rebuild stuff. But yeah,
I have a hard time. So here's what I'll say is I have a hard time kind of casting unique criticisms towards someone like their faults are unique unto them that other nations or other governing bodies do pretty much around the world. I understand that at its core, just at its face, feel like, man, it seems like they wasted a lot of money doing X when they should have been doing Y. And it's like, well, if you go to any city in our country, I'm assuming you live in America, and if you don't have to say so one way or the other.
I don't, but I may want to.
Well, fair enough.
Day, but yes.
Fair enough. And for wherever you're at, I'm not looking for you to say, because other than just America, I'm never going to say where the fuck I live, because it's the internet and the day and age we live in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would say, like, if you go to any major city, you're going to see like examples where every fucking state ends up spending more money on their military than they do on their civilians and things of that nature. I don't think that makes them like this particular. I have huge problems with any sort of like right now, the way that they're handling the people that they're referring to as collaborators and shit, shooting people in the back of the head in the middle of fucking. I'm not going to sit here and say like, well, they're resisting. I'm not going to do the stereotypical thing of like they're resisting a genocide, so everything that they no. My complaint, it has always been our involvement or my country's involvement in it, and the fact that like we're helping boost something that is responsible for indiscriminate killing of civilians.
So
that's my biggest gripe. But what I'll say, I'm not here to defend their like the fundamentalist aspects of it or things of that nature. I'm not here to say that like anything about them being ultra conservative right wingers is like cool or should be excused. But the issue there, I'm not going to turn around and say like their tunnels are bad instinctively because they should be doing money for something else, when like I've got a fuck ton of poor people living in refrigerator boxes in my country, and like $1 gazillion spent annually on military budgets and things like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but like I think that this is a silly comparison because the United States is like one of the richest countries, if not the richest country in the world, and it could easily do both of the things that you are talking about. There's just been a failure to do it. Whereas with Gaza, I also think that it is silly to say that like basically it sounds like in a roundabout way, like are you at least willing to admit that Hamas does not give a fuck about the Palestinian civilians, and that all of this, and by the way, they have admitted this on television, on Al Jazeera, this whole system that they have built up where they have tunnels that they can hide in and they set up shop in civilian areas. They do this on purpose because they want to increase the civilian death count for PR, and they call those people martyrs, and they think it's okay for Palestinian civilians to die, and they are fine with this happening. Like, are you willing to admit that this is in fact the case, that they want that high death count?
I'm sure some of them certainly do, but I mean, again, right? If there's parallels anywhere else, right? I think the where the conversation goes awry is if you try to apply like a unique sense of bad, where like almost any group is going to turn around, and you're going to have some people that join. Even American military, you have some people that inherently, genuinely join because they think they're doing something good or valid, or they're protecting, or whatever the case may be. And then you have some people that join for the chance to get a righteous kill or things of that nature. I think there's a whole dynamic there as far as they're concerned when it comes down to people that have lost their family, their loved ones.
I get it. I understand. I'm aware. If I grew up in Gaza, or if you grew up in Gaza, or if any of us grew up in Gaza, we'd probably be radicalized, and we'd probably hate like the Yehud, and we'd probably want to join Hamas in order to fight back against them, because very likely we probably know someone who died, or have a family member who died, like to the IDF or what have you. Yeah, like no, I don't disagree with that.
So, but
I'm talking about the leadership of Hamas.
No, and that's
they're the ones that
right?
I place the blame on.
Sure. So, like I said, I think it would have to come down to like picking specific people, and I think if we took the time, and to be fair, I haven't, because that's not my personal like outlook or my personal order of concern. My concern has always been like for the civilians, right? But I would say that there's
Hamas
the conversation
contributes to the deaths of the civilians by like a lot too.
But not no more so than the fucking the bombs falling on the civilians. You know what I mean? Like there was so it was a joke, right? But I think it oversimplifies it to a point where the point that's made is crystal clear. Did you ever see that little bit where Bill Burr was talking about this in his last special?
No, I don't really watch Bill Burr, although last I heard he was in a lot of shit because he decided to go to Saudi Arabia.
Not a great look for sure, right? But he's talking about the short version is he's talking about the conflict, and he ended up starting to talk about like human shields and shit. And then the joke essentially goes like, yeah, well, you got to work around that. And he's like, if I'm pissed off at somebody and I'm standing looking at them on their front yard and they're holding a baby, I can't punch them through the baby. And he goes into a little bit of a bit about like, you got to trip them and hope the kid lands on the grass. But there's an element there of like, I think that's used far too often as an excuse, and not a like their hands were tied in a lot of the decision making and things of that nature.
So let me just
blaming, like I said,
I'm not blaming Hamas exclusively for this, by the way. Like I said, I think Israel has fucked proportionality assessments.
So but that in and of itself, that kind of makes it sound like they just do an oopsie, right?
No, it's not that they do an oopsie, it's that they're negligent and they don't care. And I think they should care more. And I think that if they were far more careful with like who they hit, and like they were a lot more precise about it, there'd be less civilian deaths in Gaza. But it sounds like what you're advocating for is like Cenk's take from a long time ago of they should use special forces instead to go in and infiltrate, which I don't think that under international law, this is something that is asked of any army, where they should be expected to put more of their soldiers at risk in order to carry out an operation to ensure that there are less civilian casualties, especially since Hamas has booby-trapped the fuck out of the Gaza Strip, including their tunnels, and like they put booby traps in civilians' homes even as well too, and all these other kinds of things. So yeah, and that kind of just makes it a lot like the problem is that the IDF as an army doesn't want to fight a war like this. They'd rather be fighting wars like the wars they fought with Egypt. Like, you know, normal wars. I think most armies, generally speaking, don't want to fight like counterinsurgency warfare or warfare against guerrilla groups or what have you. So, like, I think, yeah, it would be cool if they could special forces it up and if they could pull something off like what they did with the pager attack in Lebanon, which, by the way, was a big thing they did for like that was 10 years in the making, that whole operation. But like with Gaza, they just didn't. Yeah, I mean, they just didn't care enough to bother with that because they underestimated Hamas. But yeah, like I don't think that it's just they just did an oopsie. I think it's like negligence, and I think that that's not they did an oopsie. That's they just didn't care enough, and I think that's bad. And I think that has resulted in war crimes as well too, for which they should be held accountable.
But the language though there, right? Like, and maybe that's just me being like hyper scrutinizing the way you're phrasing it, and that's fine. But the sort of like they don't care enough. So what in your mind, what separates negligently not caring for 2 years from actual intent to do that kind of damage? Because it seems like that's a difference without distinction, no?
I mean, on a philosophical level, I don't think it's a difference without distinction. Like it could reach a point where you could say it's a difference without a distinction, and this kind of gets complicated. But like, I mean, I guess like this goes back to the old philosophical question. Yesterday, I had like a 2.5 hour long debate against someone else from Loner Box's community who like agrees with you, but probably doesn't go as far as you. About whether or not it's a genocide. And I don't really want to have that debate with you because I think that debate is really boring. And also my answer to is it a genocide is I don't know. It's not, I for sure believe that it is or isn't, because there's a bunch of information that we don't have access to that I would like to have access to before I make that determination. Basically, I'm waiting to see what the ICJ has to say, and hopefully they will rule on that eventually. And hopefully the war is over and it won't go on, and that would be great. And then like there can actually be some investigations and stuff. Maybe, but I don't know. That's a whole other thing. Is it a distinction without a difference? Let me think for a minute. Like, I think it depends on like how far you go with that. It could be like, for example, the blockade, the 3-month blockade, where like they basically said, you know what, we're not going to let any more food in, or like the general's plan in the north. I think that was like last year around November, where they implemented that, and I think it lasted for like 2 weeks or something, where they basically cut off all aid to northern Gaza.
It was 2 weeks cutting off all aid, and then I think at the peak when they hit the deadline, they were up to like 80 trucks a day by Kogat numbers. Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's not bad. Like that's enough. The problem is were those trucks distributed properly?
Well, the issue becomes that it was we told them 350, and they still didn't come anywhere near.
I don't know why they told them that, because that's not like you don't need that many. But go on.
I mean, without trying to. There's certain areas of shit where I'm just going to go, the experts that put these numbers out, the NGOs and the people that do that sort of work. I have no desire in my body to try to go like, well, these other people say this number and blah, blah, blah. The people that are like risking their ass to go over there and do these things and do that sort of humanitarian work, they were all saying 600. I understand Mr. Box has a take on that. I'm not necessarily here trying to dispute that for this day, but I'm saying, that's not my area of expertise. I think there's people that are way smarter than the three of us when it comes down to it, that they came up with that number. The State Department didn't even go with that number. They said 350. And that by the time that the deadline ran out, the important aspect of that is they were hitting like 80 on average. And when the press corps at the State Department said, "Hey, they didn't meet the numbers. Are you guys going to finally do something?" Matt Miller turned around and said, "No, they're trying really hard, so we're not going to penalize them for that. They're doing a good job." And that was the end of that.
So I guess like here's the thing. I understand like that you're like waiting on like experts and stuff, but one of the most interesting aspects of this is the fact that so like if you actually you can look at the number of trucks that were being allowed into Gaza or that went into Gaza per day before the war, and it was not like 700 or 500 or 600 or whatever numbers everyone was saying needed to be going in there. It was way less than that, but it was still enough to
So,
get
but
it
that would
like, and
also
these numbers are from UNRWA, by the way. Like these are from the
no, and
UN.
that's fine. But right off the jump, I'm gonna ask something that like logically, if you hit a certain point where almost all of the infrastructure has been destroyed in the Gaza Strip, wouldn't that necessitate that you would need more aid going in to make up for the fact that they're not able to produce like goods and services on the same level as pre-October 7th?
I mean, like, yeah, maybe, but like, I don't think
I
that
mean,
the 600 trucks a day is like a necessity, really. Like, in terms of like, also, it's about like, are they able to get enough food? And there was problems with distribution too, by the way. Like, that was a real big issue. Was the distribution issue? Was like the fact that there was not like food wasn't being distributed properly, and that's not just on Israel. That's also on Hamas as well. Like it's on both sides to ensure the protection of and yeah, like I agree, like if people are going to criticize Israel for this, they absolutely should be. Like if Israel's going to go into Gaza and they're going to like shake it real hard and then flip it upside down until all the Hamas falls out, they have like an obligation to look after the civilian population. But because of the way they fought the war, they didn't do that, because they came into an area, kicked out Hamas, and then left, which was not really what they should have done. Let's see how far this goes back.
So hold on, I'm trying not to. I don't do the typing into Notepad thing.
Oh, I'm not doing that either.
So
I'm
you
just
said
looking.
no. I don't want to, because when you say certain things, it sparks certain shit, and then I'm trying to like. Fuck! I lost it. So you were saying?
Oh yeah, I was talking too much. I'm sorry.
Hold on. No, so you're talking about you were speaking to Hamas's responsibility to
Yeah, I'm saying that.
protect aid routes and things. So I hear you, and on the surface that makes a lot of sense, right? That is something that you would say, okay, yes, that's a necessity. Except for the fact that the original humanitarian aid plan that Blinken and Israel basically came up with did give them room to, if they suspected Hamas had anything to do with or was touching one of the convoys, that they had the permission to thwart said aid convoy.
Yeah, that's because that
basically
they
meaning
thought Hamas was
so,
stealing aid and selling
which
it.
the, okay, sure, but at this, so how do you square that circle of they have to provide adequate security, but in the event that they are suspected to be anywhere near or involved in any of those convoys, they have the full permission to drone strike the living fuck out of it? I don't understand how you make that work. Like, if they're not allowed to be near it, do you see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, then like that's something that Israel should have done. Like then there should have been like some sort of agreement worked out with regards to that as well too.
Okay,
like,
but that's just it. It never was. So
well, I mean, it should have also been an agreement with Hamas too, right? Like in the same way that sometimes when you have a war zone, that two sides, like the two enemy armies, may come to like an agreement to have a humanitarian corridor or to like allow like aid for civilians and stuff like that. But like obviously there is no trust in Hamas, which like I mean I can understand why. And god damn it, I can't make this go back to before October or before. Yeah, let me see if I can load this up here. Oh no, that's not helpful.
And again, like I'm not very well prepared for this, to be fair, but one of the other things that I do remember seeing, like in the last 2 months at least, is there was at least one report that came out that showed that there was never any proof given that Hamas was stealing aid. And one of the things that I kept running into is that anytime you had like a Western news agency, they would at least the way the sentence usually read was Israel claims Hamas has been stealing the aid, and then period. Next sentence read, to this date, Israel has never shown proof of Hamas stealing aid. Essentially,
I mean, like that's kind of weird that they would say that, because of, like there is like proof of like Hamas attack, like there's videos of Hamas attacking like aid warehouse, storage warehouses and stuff, or like going in there and like taking, but like it's not, I don't think that it's as simple as saying Hamas is stealing aid. I think it's like there's something else to it. It's more like they kind of requisition it, because it's also their responsibility to distribute it once it like gets into like let's say a populated area or whatever, and like they might like requisition some of that and take it, because obviously like you've seen the videos coming out of the tunnels, right? Their tunnels are obviously very well stocked and they look pretty well fed in comparison to, let's say, the hostages. Did you see that video of like the hostage that they put the shovel and all that? Like,
yeah, that's fucking awful. Like there's
I'm just saying, so like it's they probably are pretty well supplied down there.
And the one thing that I don't want to do, right, is I don't want to go tit for tat on like who treats their hostages worse. Having said that, and this is like not going to curry me any favor, I'm sure, but one of the common themes is that when people end up leaving like Israeli prisons, they usually don't have the same amount of limbs as when they went in.
Okay, if you're alleging that, yes, I'm not going to disagree that torture is a problem in Israeli prisons, and that also sexual assault against women or against men is a problem, or the sedate Tayman stuff is fucking terrible. I'm not going to argue against any of that. Obviously, Israeli prisons have a whole bunch of issues. However,
I'm not like
at the very least, the difference there is that like I guess the difference there is that Israel's or Hamas's hostages were actual like they just went and kidnapped a bunch of random civilians. Now there's obviously issues with the administrative detention.
That's not true.
Yeah, they did. They kidnapped people from the Nova Music Festival. They didn't know who was
no.
a reservist.
Hold on. I'm not. Wait, hold on. First of all, that's not what I'm saying. Or at least that's not the way I just heard you. The agreement that they're working off of right now is basically, and I again don't have the wording in front of me. Maybe you can find it. But one of the things that people were pointing out when this agreement finally went through was that they were admitting essentially part of like the 1,700 or whatever that of the Palestinians that they just released was that they were people that had been obtained since October 7th, and that
some of them were women and kids, yes.
And they explicitly admitted to the fact that many hadn't been charged with anything.
Yeah, that's the administrative detention bullshit that they have. Yeah, I don't think that's good either. By the way, there's a bunch of problems with all of that shit. I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's not exactly the same as what Hamas does, is what I mean. Like, I think the issue with that system is there's a lack of transparency there. Like they don't explain to us why these people have been taken. It's possible that in some cases there was a legitimate reason. In a lot of cases, it's they took this guy in because his family, his cousin is a member of Hamas, and they're going to try to use him to get to this guy, which is completely ridiculous and wacko and out of line.
Okay, but on the one hand, again, right? It just, to me, there's an imbalance there. And one of the aspects or like the ways that I've looked at this from the outset is like I can have a sense of sorrow, a sense of empathy. I can think about the people that died on October 7th and be like, that's fucked up. Like that's like, holy shit. Like this is, and you can't see my face right now. I'm not trying to be facetious in the slightest. Like that's I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I wouldn't want that for fucking anybody on this earth ever, ever, ever. But like, if that gets you feeling some kind of way, if that and whatever that elicits from anybody, anger, rage, frustration, deep sorrow, my question is that like if you're not if you're sitting like I am on the other side of the planet, no skin in the game whatsoever, and you're seeing these things and you feel all of this, there should be an equivalent reaction to seeing like tens of thousands, if not arguably over 100,000 people also be like snuffed out in just as barbarically and just as like granted it's a little bit more clean of the hands to be able to drop bombs from the sky, but you're still resulting in people crushed to death, blasted to pieces, seeing grieving mothers and fathers holding pieces of their children. I'm not trying to diminish or downplay anything that happened on the 7th, but it just seems like there's a blindness to the scales of what has happened since the 7th.
I don't have a blindness to it. Obviously, it's really terrible. I'm not saying that it's not, but my issue is that I feel like obviously I don't agree that like Israel is purposefully going out of its way to murder a whole bunch of civilians. But that's like a whole other thing that like, and I feel like as well too, unfortunately, the other problem with this is like, you go back to like, why is this happening in the first place? And like, it's happening because like, Israel, or because that Hamas decided to do October 7th, knowing full well that Israel was going to like go fucking nuts and retaliate in an insane way. And I guess like they delusionally thought that, oh, if we take a bunch of hostages, then we can protect them and then we can say like, let's do a hostage deal or whatever after the fact. But like, you can't like expect to get away with attacking a country like that. And then the way they have set up the fighting, like it is both Israel and Hamas. What I'm saying is that all of this is Israel and Hamas's, or like the initial start of the war is Hamas's fault. The way Israel responded to it was Israel's fault, and like, obviously Hamas did not make Israel do a bunch of this insane shit, like the Sderot Taman shit, or the way in which they treat their prisoners, or like certain, or like the war crimes that they're doing, or like any of the other insanity like that. Like they didn't force them to do any of that stuff. So of course Israel is to blame for them. And Israel is to blame for like, not caring enough about like civilian casualties and whatnot. But like, yeah, like I think in a lot of ways, Hamas like kind of invites this, and they do that on purpose because that it's good, because in order to get like reactions from people in the West, because they want more civilians to die, because it makes Israel look bad. And then Israel plays right into this by not caring enough, which is not good either. Do you understand what I mean? Like I feel like it's more complicated than just like Israel is bad for like being disproportionate, even though they are bad for being disproportionate, but I think there's more to it than that. And that's part of why, like, I think this conflict's very complicated, and I don't like it when people say that it's not complicated, because I can put myself into the shoes of people on both sides of it, and both of these groups have a right to be like hate each other, because they've both done real fucked up shit to each other, like basically for 75 years.
Okay. That was a lot.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
No, it's fine.
Although
it's
you
fine.
talk a lot
yeah,
too.
no,
and
it's
yeah.
no. It's fine, and I yap too much myself, so it's understandable. It's but I'm trying to shit. I had it and then I lost it.
Maybe you should do the notepad thing. I feel like I should be doing the notepad thing too, because there was something you said a while ago that
it's fine.
I'm trying to, like, I think you mentioned something about collaborators when you were talking about Hamas executing people, and I was going to ask, like, do you think they are, or did you mean to put that in air quotes? Because that's usually like Hamas just.
No, I definitely think that's almost certainly what they're doing, and I've seen a lot of people online talking about like
No, but do you think those people are collaborators, the ones that they're killing? Because I don't think they are. I think
I think they went after the fucking the Shabab or whatever.
I mean that,
the full name of. I think they were going after people like that. I think that they were probably much in the same way that you've seen other conflicts where people like not to this exact degree. Obviously, that's a bit much, but like saran wrapping and duct taping people to poles and then painting their faces and shit when they've stolen, shoplifted or what have you. Like, I think that they're probably having a gross and unacceptable overreaction to thieving and a lot of the fucking lawlessness and things that naturally and organically fucking sprung up from having a complete lack of any sort of police force or anything of the kind for months and months.
Yeah, but there
Yeah,
was
I mean,
like
I
the
absolutely
it's
don't condone. I don't know how
Oh
to
yeah, I
put it
know.
any other way.
I'm not saying that you're condoning. I'm just saying that like I feel like there's a little bit of framing going on here that's not like it's not like there was a particular clan whose name starts with a D that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce, but they were not the Shabab guys. Like there are some clans that are armed and that have for a while been at odds with Hamas, and those are the people that they're going after, or like the people who were like involved in or leading like the protests against Hamas. It's not like, yeah, I don't know what happened to those Shabab guys. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about any infighting between them. It's possible that they kind of just like ran away.
Well, I mean, but that's also like our the my understanding of the extent of what happened in the aftermath of Iraq was you create like power vacuums and you have certain people step in that maybe don't necessarily want to be there or whatever the case may be, and then when the vacuum gets filled in, that usually leads to some sort of like over the top violence as people kind of settle back into the region or regain control over shit. They have a tendency to fucking like go big right off the jump. And again, I'm not condoning any of this, but I mean, like, that's like a pattern of like things that have occurred in the past.
Oh yeah, I know, I'm aware of that, but I mean, it doesn't speak particularly well. Like the fact that Hamas's first order of business is basically upon like regaining control of everything in Gaza, and now what they're gonna, or like them attempting to regain control of everything. Now they're gonna go crack down on all the people who were out in the streets protesting against them and telling them that they need to leave and shouting that they're terrorists and stuff. Like that, it doesn't.
Oh, I mean, like I said earlier, I think it's important that anybody be able to talk shit about their government. I mean, fuck. Uh, I literally have a Baldwin quote on like etched in my flesh about reserving the right to criticize America perpetually because of how much the quote is. I love America more than any other country on this earth, and explicitly for that reason, I reserve the right to criticize her perpetually. And I think that that's something that anybody should be able to do. Yeah, that's fucked up. Like I don't
Oh
know
no,
what
I'm
else to
not.
say.
Listen, you don't need
But
to.
I think no,
trip
to be
all
fair,
over yourself to disavow.
No,
hold on. I just want to say just one other what I really just want to say though is that like Hamas labels all of these people as collaborators with Israel. That is their whole thing. They'll say anybody that like anyone that is in opposition to them is a collaborator with the evil Zionists. That's like part of their propaganda. It's like what they do. And so like yeah, I'm like kind of like my knee-jerk reaction to that is to say that like it's very unlikely that these people are actually collaborators if Hamas is the only ones who are saying that. But anyway, go on. Sorry.
Well, no. So, like, I'm all for the track where they leave power, they hand over whatever the fuck it is they have to the next like Palestinian government, and then people pump the region with money, get these people back on their feet, try to make their lives whole again. I like that. I'm in favor of that.
Okay.
Just a simple.
I mean, that's kind of in the in like it. The problem is yes, you're right. There's a bunch of stuff like that agreement, like that's sort of quasi in that plan in the sense that the idea is that there's supposed to be a an interim sort of like council of people who are going to come in and take over there. But like obviously the annoying thing is that it's supposedly going to be governed by Trump, which I think is ridiculous.
Well, I have a lot of fears there.
Yeah. But
also without any mention of, and this isn't anything like some reporter came up with like a secret document or some shit. This is just my perceptions on it. Is if there's so you have a bunch of people that are coming in and wanting to invest, right? So at that point you have people pumping in money, and especially if it's more like corporate interests, things of that nature. My one of my like back of my mind fears is that you're going to see people expect that with their investment becomes like ownership of the land, and now you're just basically handing leashes from one group to another. That you're if anything, they'll keep some of the Palestinians around as like cheap labor, but that's like the best case scenario. I think there's a lot here that could still go really fucking wrong. There's a broader conversation, but this is the point I'll make is there's a difference between like peace in the region and like concepts like liberation or a life that where you can live in dignity and have like,
Yeah, I saw that
self-governance
on your Twitter.
Yeah. I think that's the big thing at this moment. And that's one of the things that like for a lot of the people, and it's more conservatives that are trying to spike the football over Trump getting this deal. They're like, well, how come these Palestinian lovers, they're not stepping up and saying that they're happy. They're awfully quiet. And it's like, well, no, everybody should be quiet and observing and be ready to apply advocacy or whatever that might look like to try to say that whatever comes from this isn't acceptable and that these people still aren't given the life that they should be given, if that makes any sense.
I mean, yeah, obviously, I want them to have a state, and I think that they should have a state. I think that that is very important, and obviously, like, it sucks that that's not in there, and I think that that's not in there on purpose because that Trump knew that there's no way he could get Bibi to agree to it. Although the fact that a Palestinian state is even mentioned in there is kind of interesting, but it's very vague, of course. And yeah, like, obviously, I also share like this worry about that. I don't know that it. Like, remember that Egypt and Jordan are also involved in this, and I think Saudi will be as well. And those other countries are not gonna like, I don't know that they're gonna be okay with, like, anything that will result in Gazans getting expelled or kicked off their land or whatever, largely because that they have to be, as much as they are dictatorships, they do have to be accountable to their people to some degree. And so if they are seen as being complicit in anything that allows that, then I don't think that that would look particularly good for them. And so, like, at the moment, they're trying to be the saviors of the Palestinians. I wouldn't be surprised if Qatar is involved in this as well in some way, which is probably not bad considering that a lot of people in the Arab world, my understanding is that they quite like them, as like, and they're kind of trying to position themselves as being a mediator. So I would expect that that would be the case. There is stuff in the agreement as well, too, by the way, about how the Palestinians will, or like that Qatar and or Jordan and Egypt are going to be training the future Palestinian policing force and whatever, and like the Palestinian Authority, and that the Palestinian Authority should hand over power, or should like once they have been reformed, then they'll be able to come in and take over Gaza, because there's a bunch of issues with them that people have, or basically Israel wants them to change the education system, which I don't think is an entirely unfair ask, and they also want to end that Martyrs Fund shit, which I don't really think is an unfair ask either. I imagine too there's some other stuff in there about like the Palestinian Authority has some problems with corruption. All that being said, none of this justifies like fucking Smotrich like withholding billions of dollars from the Palestinian Authority such that they can't even function. That's like not good either. Which is what's been happening. So
yeah.
But yeah, like, I don't know, like, do you understand? Like, I have like my position on this is like just more nuanced than it feels like you kind of view this in a somewhat black and white manner, because you've decided that like Israel is the main bad guy here or whatever. Whereas I don't think that like, I think Hamas is worse than Israel, but that's because that Hamas's entire intent is to destroy Israel, and they have done this by basically pursuing this whole like I think their reasons for doing October 7th was bullshit. I think that all of that is like bullshit. It's all just stupid, and they're all just like dragging the Palestinian people with them into this sort of endless fight that they're never going to win. And it's just insane to me that this is what they have decided to do, when there are definitely other actors on the Palestinian side who have said like, you know, maybe we shouldn't do this, or like this isn't a good idea, you know, like resist until
I'm hard pressed to think of a scenario where any modern military has any sort of justifiable excuse or anything that shouldn't immediately warrant action from like the rest of the global community a lot sooner than what we've seen as far as the civilian death toll that's occurred, or the cutting off of aid, the trickling in of aid,
are you
almost utter destruction of like the entirety of like the infrastructure. When you start to like, there's that I think the one time that you popped up in my chat, I think one of the things I pointed out, or the reason why I mentioned it, was that conversation that the lawyer and scholar that Ezra Klein had on when he was talking about like retaliation, right? I think a lot of people bring that up. There is no right of retaliation that, to my knowledge, but he also specifically points out is that when your retaliation, the brunt of it, the bulk of it is basically inflicted upon the people. You don't. There's no legal right to that whatsoever. And I think that's the circumstance that we've been in since October 7th.
I mean,
So I don't.
Yeah, but like that, the problem that I have with that again is like stuff like that basically just pretends that Hamas doesn't exist and ignores the way in which they fight and like ignores the fact that international law is actually more complicated than that. It's like when people say that Palestinians have a right to resist under international law.
Well, pause. Just for a point of clarity, the guy that said this specifically argues international law, like he's a ICC, ICJ lawyer that regularly gets called in for various sorts of cases just like this. And that was the reason. And the reason that I was so fucking stoked, and I'm normally not an Ezra Klein guy, but the reason I was so stoked about that particular podcast episode is there's so much there that indicators from people that I don't even necessarily always agree with, for what it's worth, that tried to lay the groundwork that guy he was talking to should be listened to and should be respected. That the story towards the end where Ezra's talking about he specifically went on like a train tour through various places in like I don't even remember all the locales, so I don't even want to guess at a fucking name, but it was like places where they rounded up Jews basically. And even to the point where he walked to a portion
Warsaw.
of like a village where they dug a pit where they have a monument here where like this was like a mass grave.
Probably Babi Yar. Sorry, the Holocaust is my special interest. And Nazi.
No,
Germany,
and that's
yeah.
Yeah, no, and I mean that is what it is. But my point is there was enough there that you knew for a fact that Ezra like viewed this guy with extreme reverence. Like he was moved like emotionally from reading this guy's work. So to me, at least, or the way that I looked at this was like that this was a dude that like by all means is not like just some fucking quack. Like this was a guy that knows the shit that he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, here's the thing. I mean, I feel like this is the problem, I guess, that I have. We put a lot of weight on like people because that they are lawyers of international law or whatever, or like people because they are historians. And this has kind of been something that's been somewhat blackpilling, especially with regards to this conflict for me, is to see historians, especially like people like Zachary Foster or other people, basically just like presenting an insanely one-sided view of the history of the conflict, instead of trying to be objective in any way whatsoever, which is what you're supposed to do if you're a historian. You're supposed to like you're not supposed to like be a propagandist or like be someone who like presents some sort of one-sided view, which by the way, it's very easy to do with this conflict. You can present a one-sided view of the conflict and like and so like I feel like you can find a lot of stuff regarding like human rights lawyers and whatnot who like have just insane views, but like this conflict breaks a lot of people's brains is what I'm saying. And so I don't know how much stock I'm putting anymore in like anybody's credentials or whatever, because there's just been so much shit that like UN spoke like Francesca Albanese is like fucking insane, or like there's other people like that, or anytime like UN spokespeople come out and like they will say things about stuff like, and I understand it's obviously very easy to like make an appeal to authority and talk about the experts or whatever, but I guess like it's, and I probably sound like a crazy person because like who the fuck am I, you know, like I'm just over here with my BA and that's about it, that's all that I have, right? I guess but it's pretty hard not to be swayed by like people like Lonerbox who actually do look in like like he went and he dug through all the evidence. Like, I don't know if you looked at, he's done videos on the Great March of Return where he like went to the Hamas website and looked through the Al-Qassam brigades, and he searched up all the names that were provided for all the people who had died in the Great March of Return, and then he cross-checked that with the names on the Al-Qassam brigade's website to find out how many of them were actually Hamas militants, because Hamas writes obituaries for all of their guys, like all of their martyrs who die after the fact. And he found out that like a whole bunch of the people who were shot who were getting too close to the fence were Hamas militants, and stuff like that changes it. Or he did the same thing with Operation Castlet. And this is stuff that it feels like nobody bothers doing, you know? Like,
well, okay, hold on. And this is probably gonna piss off your chat. I don't care. So if you're going off of that and that alone, would that mean that like an off-duty cop or like a military member in civilian clothes, if they attend a protest, does that mean that it's essentially okay if they get sniped attending that protest by virtue of the fact that like in their back pocket they have like a military ID?
No. The people in question that we're talking about here were the ones who were like getting really close to the fence and setting tires on fire in order to obscure the people who were trying to like cut through the fence. Like the people who were doing like actual violence and stuff, or who were engaging in actions. Like that was the point. The Great March of Return was a protest that was co-opted by Hamas, and they took it over. And their goal was they wanted to break down the fence and get inside and get to Israel. And like, can you understand maybe why yes, the IDF like they responded horribly to that, and they shot a bunch of people that they shouldn't have shot. However, not everybody that was shot was like some innocent or whatever. And like, I do think that if there's like thousands upon thousands of people on your border, and a whole bunch of them are getting real close, and they're coming up with wire cutters, and they're rolling tires and setting them on fire in order to obscure what they're doing to hide themselves as they try to cut holes in your border fence so that they can like enter your country, I think that it's entirely fair to shoot those people. And I feel like anybody would say that. Like, if you reverse the roles and Hamas, and like it was Hamas on the other side trying to defend against a bunch of wacko Israeli settlers who were trying to break in so they could go resettle Gaza, like I think that Hamas would be justified in shooting them too.
Yeah, but under those circumstances, I think that's where we would be rightfully protesting again. Like, so it's not just a matter of person A got too close to fence B, and then therefore they were shot. Like, if you look at it, I'm trying to be charitable, like good faith. The fact that you're saying like, well, they also did a lot of bad things and they also shot a lot of people and that was bad and I don't like that. But there were some that did get too close and did, and I'm like, well, I'm focusing on the people that weren't too close and still got shot. And I mean, when you combine that with hold on, and then when you combine that with a lot of the other things like the bragging, the selling of t-shirts afterwards about like how many they shot in a given day, all of that extra shit on top of it paints a picture that, like, if you wanted to, and I'm not saying you specifically, but if a person wanted to at least make the argument like, fuck it, we're full on in like might makes right politics, baby. We got the bigger guns, we got the bigger PPs, like, just, you know, get fucked, right? I'm not saying I'm still going to like be okay with that or whatever, but there's an element there that like I could respect that a little bit more because it would be refreshing and a little bit more honest. But there's a simultaneous track of the people involved that, you know, keep doing these things that, boy, I wish they wouldn't do that. They still also simultaneously want to play it off like in so much of the slaughter, they just didn't have a choice. And I refuse to believe that. I think that's just fundamentally flawed.
I mean, I don't like disagree with that entirely, but like at the same time, I think that it's my issue is that people talk about the Great March of Return and they claim the Great March of Return was a peaceful protest and none of these people were doing anything wrong, and the IDF just started sniping them indiscriminately because they just wanted to kill them because they're just evil. And like, that's not true. The whole thing was like way more complicated than that. And there was a lot, like if you read through that UN report, like a lot of the people that were shot, they were people who were doing things like rolling tires, or like they were getting like way too close to the fence, or setting shit on fire with the purpose of like trying to break through. And like you're talking about about, there's like thousands and thousands of people here at the border. If you watch those videos too from that event, like it was chaotic as fuck, and it was clearly not peaceful. Like when you have all these people that are like amassing at your border fence trying to break in, and which is what they wanted to do.
Well, I think you could make the argument that it was certainly an escalation over time, right? And I think that that's something that even in America that you end up seeing. The police, by and large, have an ability to either let people simmer and kind of get the protest out of their system, but then when you do start to have those onesie twosie moments where the people with the almost the, what's the word I'm looking for, monopoly of force, when they decide to start the escalation, that creates a sort of ripple effect to where you see more people show up the next day.
But they didn't. The IDF
now we have to do
didn't
more.
start the escalation though. That's not like they were not the ones who like started. Like they didn't. Also, this wasn't like you're describing this like it was a policing event, which I think is another problem. Like the UN report tries to analyze it like that in order to say that none of the deaths were justified or most of the deaths weren't justified, which I think is.
Well, I'm being more
bullshit.
just broad in general, but I'm saying like the when you start to get to some of the unjustified deaths, which you admit did happen in
there
some
were.
part,
Yeah,
then
like
that's when you start to get the more radicals and the crazies showing up to be like, what the fuck happened? That's and like I said, it's sure.
I'm just saying, like, can we accept that this is like more complex than just like, oh, it was a peaceful protest, and then Israel's crack sniper teams decided to just murder people.
Like,
for the,
I never. That was not something I was trying to.
All right,
to push.
Thank you for. Although it does seem like you want to lean more on like the bad aspects, which is fine. Like I think we should talk about it in its totality. Like why we should say like the IDF was doing bad shit. And by the way, it is like a crime that the IDF does not hold their people accountable. And I think that is the biggest problem that the IDF have is the systemic lack of accountability, where like they don't punish their soldiers for doing wrong things, which I think is bundled up in in the fact that they have mandatory conscription.
So, but if you touch base on that for a moment, or if we stay there for like a moment, right? If we can find out, and again, I keep saying we because Ameribrained or whatever, right? But like, if we can find out in the course of maybe 24 to 48 hours that any one of these given things have occurred, or that you have people in uniform, not just doing the war crime, but then bragging and flexing on it on the Facebooks and the Instagrams, as has been incredibly documented at this point. Like, if I can find that out and I'm just some fucking dipshit in America, like the fact that they don't know about it or don't care, this notion of like, well, they just don't hold their people accountable enough. At a certain point, that becomes like a feature and not a bug. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but now you're like kind of like alleging like there's a sort of negligent lack of accountability as this going on is what I'm saying. Like I'm not like, for example, like someone in the IDF might get punished by getting fired rather than by being put on trial for like committing a war crime, or they might get demoted, which I think is another one that can happen sometimes, but it has to be something really bad. Like the WCK bombing, like I think the people who approved that were fired. And I think that's largely because that there was a whole big hubbubaloo about it. But like, yeah, like they just don't punish their soldiers at all, or like enforce like there are mechanisms of accountability available in the IDF. And by the way, I have people in my chat who served in, there's a guy in my chat, I don't know if he's still here or not, who served in the IDF, who served in Gaza. And like he came on Loner Stream and talked a whole bunch about all of this stuff, you know. So if you were at all curious to like talk to any of these people, then I could absolutely like, and like these people are not like crazy radical people. Like they will admit that Israel has done terrible shit. And I think this person in particular was frustrated because he did report some crimes that he saw and nothing was done, although they were fairly small as crime, like, you know, like people stealing stuff or like looting, which is not good. That's not something you should do. But that's like a fairly small scale war crime in comparison to other types of war crimes. But like, the issue is I can't disprove that it's a feature and not a bug. I just don't necessarily see like evidence of that. And it's kind of like, we're kind of just inferring based on stuff that we see, but like one way or another, you know?
Well, but then when you start to connect the dots on different statements from people all up and down their government, I think that's where we're not going to punish you, or we don't really pursue punishments, or we might put something out in the media where we don't really specify, the person that did this horrible thing. Like, don't worry, guys, we got them. And we're not going to, and you can make the argument, sure, that like, okay, well, they're super concerned about like PII or something like that. Maybe I guess I could entertain that.
Well, I mean,
But
that's
when you well, yeah, but like in America, when somebody does a fucking murder and they put that person away for years, you generally do end up knowing what the guy's fucking name was.
Yeah, they put the name of the person out.
There was an instance though where because I was watching Hutch watch Noah Samson, and that was one of the first times that I ever went like, oh my god, like why did I talk to this guy ever? Like I was actually really disappointed in how he treated the reaction that he did to, and I can't believe how fucking insanely meta and like sad internet lingo that I'm even phrasing it in this way. Like it's making me rethink a lot of my life choices. But
I mean,
him reacting to that, was I don't think it was the first big one. I think it was the second one. He cut it over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, but which one? So by the first one from Noah Samson, you mean like the genocidal YouTubers one, and then the second one was the genocidal YouTubers responded video? Are those the ones that you're talking about?
It was one, yeah, but it was the one. It was a lot more heavy on, because he did like a bait and. I think it was the second one, because I think between the two, one of them was a bit more of like a bait and switch. And it wasn't to like continue this notion of drama baiting. It was designed to like draw people in based on who was in the thumbnail. And then basically he spent almost, I want to say off memory, probably 80 to 90% of the video talking about like things that were happening in Gaza, the lead up, how the press was covering it, things of that nature. Or at least that was the biggest portion.
I think that was the first one, but
okay, be that as it may, that's like a lesser tier issue. But he broke it up over 2 days. He allowed himself to be like distracted a lot. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna judge it, it should be. I pause and yap like a motherfucker, as you can probably tell by the fact that I haven't shut the fuck up this entire time. But when you're dealing with something that heavy, there was a lot of times where, and it's a style thing, I try to wait at least until like the end of a statement being made, and at a minimum I always end up like rewinding. One of the things is like, and this is like a pet peeve thing, I guess, is if you hammer them mid-sentence to try to jump on, if somebody's like, so everybody knows that Bob has 7 dogs, and then like you pause it right away because you're like, that's bullshit, Bob doesn't but they were going to make some other point altogether if you would have just let them finish it out. But sometimes it's the desire to try to show that you know more than the person that's doing the narration or doing the video. He did a lot of that shit, which I just found fucking insane. And during like very serious times of the accusations and shit, he was having like stuff, like people were paying money to put like farts on the screen or whatever, and it really took me out of it.
Okay, I mean, if you wanted to watch a better reaction to that, Lonerbox did one, and it's posted on his YouTube channel. And by the way, like, I have like no respect whatsoever for Noah Samson, a friend of Bad Empanato, who denies the rapes on October 7th and like is basically pro Hamas, and kind of did this weird thing where he was, and that line where he said, if we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. And then he went back and cut it out of the video. And now the only documentation of it that's left is like Loner watching that clip and reacting to it.
No, that half of it I'm aware. So a couple things, and I'm saying what I'm about to say because I want to, not because I feel I need to. I don't agree with fucking a lot of the shit that Empanada has said. I think that there's elements that were at a time where he was putting together like timeline historical things. I think there's other content creators that have filled the void or stepped in and done like better jobs than he has. I don't think there's that much of a need for him. And on top of that, well, I mean, especially lately, I think he's jumped the shark for sure. But like he blocked me after I tried to tell him to basically like leave Sam Cedar alone. I made an original, like a first comment of like, hey Haas, this ain't it. You should probably like just, he's not the one to. I wasn't even trying to sound tough. I was trying to say like this what I was trying to say like is like this ain't it, as if like this isn't the target that you want to go after. Like this isn't a bad guy. Somebody corrected me, and then I tried to say like because Sam made a tweet about the Refuseniks, and he gave credit to one of the kids, and I think that that's perfectly fine. That's a good thing. It's a valid, valuable thing. Somebody he Empanada came in and was like, oh, I'm glad you used like, and I'm saying what I'm quoting him from memory. I'm not trying to be like disrespectful, but he's like, oh, I'm glad you used your Jewish word so you know how special, and he said some fucking fuck shit. So I tried to say like, basically
Yes,
just was like, leave this guy alone. Like this isn't a target. This isn't a bad guy. One of his viewers that also follows me on Twitter came in and was trying to say like, well, Empanada's right and blah, blah, blah. And I gave like a paragraph of saying like, look, and I said this with intent. I go, a lot of times like Americans are fucking stupid. Okay. Voters are stupid. American people are stupid. A lot of times we get conditioned to think, and we're told this group of people good, this group of people bad, and anything that's happening to the bad people, it's for a reason, and just trust us. And we nod, and after a long enough time of being told that, we go, that sounds good, that's fine. And I think when it comes down to it, a lot of times, and I'll use like race relations in America as an example, you can hear and see African American speakers talk to their heart's content about how the treatment is wrong, the treatment is bad, things need to change, and it can get easily dismissed. I think at a certain point, it's very incumbent and was very incumbent on white people to step forward, to be anti-racist, to say, look, no, this is fucked up, to try to keep a grip and control that in your friend sphere, to say, no, like this thing that's occurring is bullshit. We shouldn't condone it. We shouldn't be okay with it. This needs to stop. I think the Refuseniks, for what it's worth, I think that's a fucking great thing. It's not an easy thing at all. I have a lot of respect for that. And I tried to, I think I was a little slightly even wordier than this, heaven forbid your chatters having to listen to me ramble. But I put out like a fucking paragraph and a half. And it was after that he blocked me. And I was like, fuck you, you little pussy. Like, what the fuck? Like, I thought you were the big scary like boogeyman, and I'm trying to say how like if you're involved in a fight on something, that people can serve numerous lanes and have different approaches to try to help. And this is the thing that you fucking block somebody over. Like I thought he was bitch made for that.
I mean, yeah, he's not like he's not a good dude. Like he's like a psychopath, and he cares more about attacking liberals than he does about attacking like conservative Zionist people or whatever, like right-wing Zionists. It's all like liberals that he likes to go after. But like more like, I mean, he wasn't the main person that I was so like, I think not just Noah Samson, but like Noah Samson on his own has a bunch of like really bad, like the fact that he basically supports Hamas, and he denies rapes on October 7th, and he denies like he probably thinks that half the people who were killed on October 7th were killed by the IDF in friendly fire, and like all this other like insane conspiracy bullshit that he probably believes, like and at that point I'm just not, yeah, like, and he gave an insanely one-sided view of the conflict in that video that he showed, where he tried to claim that Israeli society was racist because he showed like Ask Project videos, when I could do the same thing if I wanted to say Palestinians were all anti-Semitic or Palestinians were like hateful towards Israelis, like it's kind of silly.
The one thing I would point to about that video, and if you're not, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. I'm not, if you are, it's whatever. I'm just trying to back up what I'm saying. But if you're familiar with like American politics at all,
I am, absolutely. I follow it pretty religiously.
So in the 2016 to 2020 era, especially like the first rounds of like the ICE detentions and things of that nature. Yeah, when they were
separating kids from their parents, yes.
Maxine Waters got into like, and I used to have this fucking bookmarked. And this can like, I think, how long have we been talking?
I don't know. Chat, how long?
Oh, it's been over an hour. I do want to go try to do some other things,
That's
and maybe we
fine.
could do so. Maybe we could do this again sometime. Hold on. I want to. I think this is just a different perspective, and I want to at least show you this. And if you want to, like, you can laugh, you can
Are
whatever. I
you
just want to put
talking
this out
about
into the.
the Maxine Waters quote where she calls for
Yes.
people to protest and to get into the faces of representatives and stuff and like
Yes.
basically harass them at restaurants? I feel like that's a little bit different than what Noah said when Noah said it's time to escalate. That just sounded really weird, you know? Like what does that mean? Like that's because he like there people are already
But
protesting.
he's never so the thing is he's never like so first of all those aren't the same things to me. Protests 9 times out of 10, especially in America, there's like authorized places that you can go. You have to have permits, believe it or not. Otherwise, the cops can like fucking beat your ass a hell of a lot sooner. There's levels to it for sure. But if you are in a restaurant per se, and you look over, as was the case, and there's a clip that I had of this that I was showing at the time when I was kind of talking about it on stream and things of that nature. There was a montage that went along with it to where there was members of the Trump administration that were getting shouted out in restaurants because of what she said. That's not if in fact that's like disturbing the peace. If anything, at that point, like you get into a realm where you're escalating, but it's beyond protest.
Well,
if you are in the store and you shout like if you're in the store, if it's you and I see you and I know that you're some person affiliated with some fucking group that at the end of the day I'm like, they're the ones doing the bad things. If I go up and like granted, it was still on some level, arguably, depending on how you want to look at it, it would still make me a fucking asshole because if anything, I'm making the surrounding people in the store fucking very uncomfortable as well, right? No doubt. But if I start shouting you to the point where you feel uncomfortable and you leave the store, that's certainly a level of escalation, but that's not anything that's inherently violent. I think that there was a jump there that based on like that no need to really even make that jump because I don't think there's ever been someone can go after the fact and try to find it and prove me wrong. And that's great if they do. But I don't think there's ever been anything about anything that Noah Samson has put out where he's been like calling for violence in the United States in any capacity.
I mean, like,
so to me, knowing what I knew about politics, that was where I went, not the suggestion that Loner had.
He's not going to do it in the like in a way that is too explicit because like you're at that point you're violating TOS, right? It just seemed like a weird. Also, I would argue as well too that with regards to protesting, effective protests are often the ones that do break the law in the sense like that were like you do violate like someone like you know like you go into a restaurant and you're not supposed to, or like you block a road or things like that. Like you're trying to get as much attention as possible, and so like people will do that sort of thing, or like unlawful assembly or whatever the hell or whatever you want to call it, you know. But that's different. Like I still count all of that under the umbrella of protesting. And so and like really like also up to that point the pro-Palestine protesters have already done all of these kinds of things like the campus protests and stuff. They've done things that like I would argue like were breaking the law in terms of like, you know, basically occupying campus buildings and stuff and not letting anyone in and all these kinds of things.
Yeah, but those came on the tail end of after like some form of police escalation too, if I remember. Like I might be wrong, but that was some of those things ended up coming at the after already trying to
I think it
stay in an area peacefully.
I think it was that they tried to clear them out. Although there were some other sus things that went on during those protests too, like not allowing students to pass through to go to school, or like there was harassment of Jewish students that went on, or like people that got labeled as quote unquote Zionists, and there was like other crazy stuff. But that's like a whole other conversation. Like I have a bunch of problems with the extent to which that like straight up like out mask off pro-Hamas voices have been allowed to essentially take over the pro-Palestinian movement to the extent that it's not because that the most extreme people, like there's no policing of the like insane extremism in those groups. And I don't, at some point it sucks. It feels like this stopped being about like getting Palestinians a state and became about the destruction of Israel as a Jewish state and like the crazy and like the one state solution shit, which I don't know where you stand on that. I feel like that's something that might be interesting to discuss. Because from my gut, it sounded like you probably are fine with a two-state solution or whatever, but it seems like you don't think that Israel has a right to exist as, or that
I
should
think
exist, as a Jewish state or what have you.
I think big picture, and to overly simplify it, I've heard both arguments, and I think that the way that one state gets dismissed is because it involves it's two tracks. On the one hand, you're kind of ignoring what would come from any sort of like restitution, war crimes tribunals, things of that nature that would try to set the tone and set the goal of showing like an impartiality and a willingness to make amends, make justice happen, and then meet people's needs and get everybody on the same page. I understand that you're still always going to have people that, very bitter, very resentful, very fucking angry. But I think that there's a level of like, if you had a governing body that showed that they were trying to govern fairly and appropriately, I think there's ways that you can, it's going to be a bumpy road, but I think it ends in a better one than the course we're on now or that we've been on. The other track on that, and this is the one that I think people try to dismiss, they say, well, one state can't work because you would have to militarily enforce a lot of aspects of it. I'm saying when it comes to a two-state solution, you're going to have to militarily enforce a lot of aspects of it. You're looking at a relocation of people that's only going to come from gunpoint. Especially when it comes to like the West Bank.
Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking about the settlers?
Yeah. There's no doubt. There's no outcome where it doesn't involve, like they're not going to go like, hey, we got an email, we got to pack it up, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Arguably, you could make the argument that they took that land by force, so you would expect them to want to try to keep it by force. I'm not saying they're justified in doing so. I'm saying that's a human reaction. The one doesn't work because, and I don't mean one versus two. I mean, the fact that the argument of one of them won't work because it requires military intervention is also true for the other.
That's not my argument. I would not make that argument against one state. My arguments against one state are, first of all, my main argument is neither side actually wants it. They don't want to live together. They either want, like on the Palestinian side, they either want two states or they want everybody, or they want like one undemocratic state, or like basically one unequal state where like the Jews don't have any rights. And then like on the Israeli side, it's like the same thing. And it's not like, yeah. And so I don't really think that we can force. And the other thing is also that, I think that people like ignore the fact that there's so much bad blood between these two groups. And this idea that we can just kind of shove them together and that they'll be okay and make a state together is just, I feel like that's a fantasy. And I think that Israelis have a very reasonable fear of the fact that they would end up then becoming, a minority in a country that they see as theirs, and a lot of them don't have anywhere else to go, and they're not just going to be able to leave, and they're probably going to get discriminated against. I'm not going to go as far as to say they would absolutely get genocided, but I mean, if people like Hamas were in charge of that, like were running against each other in that one state, I think that like a lot of really bad stuff would happen because that they would be the majority, and they'd probably want to have like the unlimited right of return from all over the world. And like, I think that that's just not like, I think that in the future, maybe 200, like 150 to 200 years from now, if a bunch of shit is done in order to ensure like, reconciliation between the groups, like have like a truth and reconciliation stuff. And if both sides recognize that the other side has a right to the land, and that like both groups have a right to the land, and that this is both of their homes, and both sides need to recognize this. Israel needs to recognize the Nakba, and like Palestine needs to recognize that like Israel also has a right to be there. and like and also like the terrorisms that they did, that like some of their leaders have done and stuff. Like both sides have to admit the wrongs that they've done to each other, and there needs to be some kind of reconciliation. And I think that like if their kids are able to grow up together more and things of that nature, then I think that that would help considerably. But like I don't think that it's fair to make the Palestinians wait to get a state for all that shit to happen. And I think that they should have a state now, or like sooner rather than
Oh
later.
yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing that you just said that's objectionable at all. And I've for a long time I've tried to say that like I think that getting lost in the weeds of that argument was something that was if people what I've seen play out repeatedly is when and if someone is and I'm not saying this is you, but when someone ends up like on the back foot and then they bring that up because they want to they know essentially that that's like a conversation ender, and then the point the ability there at that point is to try to put something onto the other person, get them to try to come up with something that's so like pie in the sky fantastical that they can try to dismiss it without really exploring it any further, and then that's where everything just crashes and goes off the rails. To me, the important thing was like, let's focus on getting the bombs to stop falling. Let's focus on the fact that you have somebody in power there that has already said it's not a matter of one state or two states, it's no states. He's still saying no states. He's saying 0 states.
Yeah, I'm aware. Listen,
until
I don't,
you change, until you change that dynamic or we figure out how to crack that code, then the arguing and the poking back and forth on that shit is absolutely moot.
I think that I think that both sides need new leaders, is what I think. Like I don't like, Hamas is not a partner for peace, and Bibi Netanyahu is not a partner for peace. And I'm hopeful that Israel will get a more pragmatic leader in the next coming election, because at least right now, obviously this could change considerably because nobody's really announced who's running yet. But right now it looks like Naftali Bennett is, because he has said that he's not going to form or at least I think he would be forming a coalition with a bunch of left-wing parties rather than the crazy right-wing ones. And so even though he is like a fairly right-wing dude, even his willingness to do that tells me that he would be willing to compromise and be pragmatic, and he would be beholden to those more left-wing figures within like the overall coalition. And that means that people like Yair Golan would get in there, and he's like the one who's, his new coalition is the Democrats, and they want 2 states. That doesn't mean that it'll happen, but if there was enough pressure, then I think that like as long as you have people in there who can be moved and who are willing to be pragmatic, then it's possible. Now, my worry is that Donald Trump is probably not going to apply that level of pressure, because I don't think he cares. I think all he wants is his shiny Nobel Prize so he can say "fuck you, Obama."
No, I mean,
I got one too.
I don't think the leaders of like neighboring Arab states give a fuck either. I know they know, or I think they know at a minimum that their civilian populace cares. It's important, and if they just continued on down the course that they were, that like their people would eventually get pissed off. So I think that there was a blockade, like not a blockade in the sense of what we've seen from others. I mean, like there was a block on the ability to move further with like business ventures that this particular thing was obstructing. And I think that's finally why Trump stepped in, not even for the peace prize. I think he's got probably a lot of fucking money coming his way by virtue of what this redevelopment ends up looking like. And a lot of like partnership shit.
I could believe that, because he's that guy is, I mean, you know, the plane basically says it all. Like, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the Saudis and the Qataris basically buttered him up with like the prospect of like business deals and money and stuff.
Yeah, and then because that's the other thing too. I wasn't really like as plugged in yesterday as I normally am, but the one thing that I was noticing over the weekend is that literally every fucking commentator that had anything to say about this, regardless of if they were in Israel, if they were in Egypt, if they were in the United States, they were all saying the same fucking thing, which is this only happened because Trump leaned on Netanyahu, period. Like, so if you look at Trump as like a narcissistic entity that is just wanting his shit, his money, his stuff, and then you take it the obvious step further, you had a lot of people suggesting for the longest time that all it was going to end up taking was the president leaning on Netanyahu. And now there's a large sum of money that directly affects him that's dangling on a hook. I have every reason to believe that's why the quote unquote one phone call finally occurred.
Yeah, I'm.
And
By the way,
that's
I
how we
mean,
got
I
here.
think that one phone call thing, or that one phone call thing, is kind of BS. Like, by the way, like you can push Israel to do certain things, but it really depends on like the extent to, or like what it is that you are asking of them. Like, I think there are certain things that, like, I do not think that Biden could have stopped the war with one phone call. Like, Israel was
I
not
do.
going to stop the
100% do.
war. I think that's rather silly to think that. Like, there is
So
no
there's
way.
Well, no, let me make the case, and we can end with this. I've heard numerous other people, go on and on, essentially about, well, if you're saying that, if you're making that line in the sand, then that inherently means that whoever is saying it just wants to see Israel invaded. I don't think that's true because it's leaving out a large chunk out of the picture. Basically, before it would ever come to that, you would start to see, because one of the things that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, America has basically been standing in the way of a lot of other things occurring to Israel. Partially, and the easiest one that I can point to just off the top of my head is there was, I think it was like Holland or some shit like that, that they were wanting to start boycotting Caterpillar because of their involvement in sending like bulldozers and shit over to Israel. You immediately saw Lindsey Graham turn around and say that they wanted to start pushing to put sanctions on them for this economic choice that they were making. I think in a world where Biden says enough's enough, and in the event that Netanyahu et al. Were like, nope, dog, we're doing it. First of all, you're losing, or they are losing, like 70 to 80% of the munitions that they're using at the ready to continue the conflict, is my understanding.
You don't think they have a stockpile at all? You don't think that they could adopt? I mean, remember, this is the same country that, with absolutely no help whatsoever from the outside in 1948, beat off like 3 or 4 other countries, and they did it with smuggled weapons from Czechoslovakia.
My good lady, I am in no way trying to question the plucky determination of the nation state of Israel, but I am pointing to, at a certain point, things cost money and stockpiles can dwindle.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
So if a lot of that is coming from us, you do have to make a practical determination as to how much further and how much longer you want to continue it.
Are we under the impression that China wouldn't sell them arms? Because they probably would.
But more importantly than that, I think long before that becomes a factor, you're going to see us stop standing in the way of a lot of economic strife that could end up coming onto that region, by virtue of, like, we were like the only no vote, or the veto vote, for like 13 votes straight for a lot of the UN starting to take action. Now, that the action would have been toothless as far as military intervention, of course, obviously, but it would have led to a lot of economic trade being cut off and things of that nature. I think at a certain point, it could have very clearly led to enough pressure that Biden stood in the way of, and Trump for quite a while stood in the way of, that would have led to an end of this. And if it had happened under Biden, arguably, we wouldn't have Trump right now. I can't help but think that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I think you're wrong about that, but that is a whole other conversation. I do not think that this played as big of a role as, like, all of you guys want to think that it did. And
well, but I've been blasting, like, Kamala Harris's involvement in Wall Street, showing that she wasn't going to be as progressive as Biden was, as my bigger argument as to why I think there's a web of reasons why she fucking lost. But one of the polls that Hutch tries to cling to is that the exit polls on people that didn't, or there was a reaching out of people that decided not to vote in 2024, that basically said that the 30% of them said that the reason that they didn't vote for her this time, where they did vote for Biden last time, was Gaza. So
but how many of those people were the like how much of that did that, like, this is my problem, right? Is like the number of people who it was like foreign policy was so far down the list of people's priorities. Like, Biden lost because of inflation, or Kamala lost because she was tied to Biden's record, and it was because of inflation. And because
I 100% I 100% agree with you. I will put that as the highest magnitude concern. 100% all day, every day. One of my favorite things to Google, type in Kamala, like go ahead and do it right now. This is my number one thing that I put on the screen constantly. Kamala Harris, Wall Street. There's a Wall
I'm
Street
not.
Times.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna. Yes, I know. You're gonna talk about the fact that she was like bought by lobbyists or whatever.
No. Even worse than that. So you can follow kind of like a timeline, right? Up to the election, everybody was touting like, "Oh, she is winning over Wall Street. She is going in there and impressing them. Holy shit!" And then, like on November 7th, there was a fucking article that the New York Times put out that said Kamala Harris had a Wall Street approved economic policy and it fell flat on its face. So you could track how she was trying to woo them, and then once she wooed them and went with what they were essentially went with what they advised her on, and then the fucking people went to the polls, she lost every swing state, and then it was like, yeah, she probably shouldn't have done that from the same people that were giving her credit for it in the first place.
I mean, it's very possible that I mean, I think that that's just because of like the fucking populism brain, the extent to which the American population is populism brain. And I hate populism, and I think it's stupid, and like it just offers overly simplistic solutions. But if you are a populist, obviously, like you're going to look at that narrative and think that like it's bad for her to have done that. And like it probably is bad for her to have done that in the sense that like people perceive that as being bad, because it sounds like then that she cares more about what like a bunch of billionaires think rather than what the common people think in terms of wanting to help them and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, the extent to it. Yeah. And so like, if you're talking about purely from an optics perspective, then sure. Yeah, I agree. I'd have to like look into the rest of it. I don't buy this notion that the American government is like, as Jank says, bought by the donor class, or that both parties are the same, or that any of this other crap. I don't think any of that is true. And I hate all of those narratives, but that's like a completely separate
you should
conversation.
just on a notepad somewhere, you should write down the name Matt Walsh. No, not Matt Walsh. What's the fucking guy's name? Joe Walsh. Sorry.
Guy.
No. It's Joe Walsh.
Yeah, I know.
During his time in office, he did give a couple different interviews. One of them was to Jank, to be fair. But he went ahead and he detailed like how much of his life, his daily life, he would have they would get as a congressperson, you are led into a room with a phone in it from one of your aides, and you're given a list of people, and the whole goal is you are soliciting campaign donations like 70% of your time. If you get to the point where you only have to talk to people 10% of the time because they're going to offer you more money, it stands to reason that you will put more stock into that 10% of the time people that you have to talk to, as opposed to spending 70% of your time. There is some very basic.
Are you under the impression that when Congress people do this, they are seeking out like they are like basically trying to find donations from anybody and like basically groveling, or that they're trying to find people they already agree with and saying, "Hey, look at me! Look at all these things that I did that I already believe in, and I think the bulk on these issues give me money."
I think the bulk of the time lobbyists do seek out people. That's for sure. But I think a lot of the time what the lobbying money does is it finds somebody that's probably already in that camp, but it locks them in so that no future information would ever allow them to change their perspective. I think it makes them completely intransigent on wanting to maybe reconsider or take up a new stance on something, regardless of whatever information comes to light.
I don't think that's true, because like obviously you have seen like politicians like in fact I would argue that like it seems like consistency is praised above all else, is it not? Like everyone loves Bernie because he's been talking about the same shit throughout the entirety of his career. Yes,
true, but for the most part that goes hand in hand with the perception. At least I think someone tried to make an argument once and I don't think it stuck. But that goes hand in hand with him specifically wanting to turn down donor money and only going after small dollar donations when he ran for president and things of that nature. There is a chain link to who he's saying the villain is. Like I'll overly simplify it.
Yeah,
who he's saying
I know.
The villain
he thinks
is,
it's
who
the
he takes the money
yes,
from.
Yes.
Yeah, who who he's saying the villain is, who he takes the money from, what changes he wants to see advocated. Now, you would have to look at all three of those for any given politician, but I think ultimately the ones that people do say, the donors, right? There's usually a link there where they try to preserve some element of the status quo, which still involves throwing people into the poor people crushing machine in some capacity. And then also generally taking decent amounts of money from people or organizations that preserve the status quo at the same time. So it's like they're like, yeah, no, I think you know, the health insurance agencies are doing a damn fine job, don't you know? And then it also happens that they're taking like through like bundled campaign donations and things like that, they end up taking a lot of money from like Aetna and Blue Shield and shit like that. Like that's generally how that goes, and that's why people think that way.
So you don't, because now I feel like you're making a different argument then. So first it was people get locked into believing this thing that they already believed initially, but then they can't change their mind because of the money. But now you're saying that like people who say things already believe in like, or like they don't believe.
Well, when you go, I think it's a mix of both. Lobbying money, I think, is by design. It's intended to like lock people in.
I'm not saying that like there's absolutely zero problems with lobbying in the United States, to be clear. I just don't think that it is as big of a thing as like people like Cenk make it out to be. Like Cenk thinks both parties are the same, which I mean you seem to think that too based on your conversations with Hutch, which I've watched considerably. And that like
it's not the same. It's not that they're
bought
the same.
by the donors, and there's no point.
No, it's not that they're the same. It's that it's the creeping proximity one has towards the other, or the lack of understanding of. You see the Democrats constantly trying to show that they're after this golden chariot of bipartisanship, that's the goblet that they're trying to chase.
Yeah, it seems like
being
Americans value that, but yes, go on. Or at least they think that.
But what it comes down to is that at every turn possible, Republicans are always, and I don't even say MAGA, I mean Republicans, at any chance they get, they're going to label anybody on the other side of the aisle when it's convenient. They are going to say that they're a communist, pedophile, groomer. So at that point, why are you like, I'm not saying don't do things that like conservative voters are interested in at its core. That's a different thing. But when you're trying to say that, like, look how happy we made the consensus we had with the people that want to fucking stab us in both of our eyes constantly and say that we're guilty of the worst things on the face of the planet. Like, look at how we reached across the aisle and shook hands with them. And then when a lot of those results are basically like a slow and steady, like privatization of social security nets and things of that nature in this country, and a creeping gradual loss of power and a moving of the Overton window, well, then there's a perception there that there's a problem with Democratic leadership. If that's your continued goal over time, that you're so lost in identity politics and you have no interest in like a class-based approach to things.
Yeah,
it starts to give away the notion of like they don't have their head in the game the way that they need to.
I mean, it's just based on that, like even just like the fact that like I'm not like, I guess if in case you haven't gathered already, like I am not a communist or a socialist, and so I don't really like dividing things up by class. I think it's fine if you want to help poor people and fight poverty, but I don't think that we will ever eliminate poverty, and I don't think that we should be like chasing after this, like, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think that like the Democrats and Biden can achieve a lot of good things. By the way, like I don't know how you feel about like what if the Democrats did like, do you think things are better now with healthcare now that since Obamacare has passed and like more people have healthcare, or do you think that Obamacare sucks and that you would rather like do you recognize that that's better than the alternative, for example?
It was obviously better by far. Like it's a step, but you're supposed to keep walking in a direction where you try to continue to improve things.
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
I don't think at any point the goal was to sit there and go, you know what? That's good enough. Perfected it, fucking done.
Well,
put a bow on that shit. Like,
no one thought that, but like at the time, that was like, I think probably like something that was really good that they managed to achieve. And I think that the next step would be to push for a public option. But in order to be able to do that, you need more Democrats. Biden wasn't going to be able to do that. He had like a 50-50 Senate.
So, but here's what I would point to, and here's the inherent issue, right? Right now, what you're seeing is the long-term project of Republicans basically saying a while back, here's what we're about, here's our goal.
Yeah,
We're
Project
gonna
2020.
fight
Yeah,
like
the Heritage Foundation.
no,
Yeah, I
no, I'm
know.
not. No. I'm talking like 50 years. Like go back to like the 1970s.
Yeah,
even.
yes, I know. Yes, their plan for a long time has been to do that shit with like they've been like their intention was to take over the Supreme Court so they could eventually overturn Roe versus Wade. I am aware.
But they've had like a goal. They've explicitly stated like this is what we're about.
Yes.
I don't think the Democrats have ever stuck to anything more than like 1 or 2 election cycles tops. They are risk averse. They are willing to not really consistently hold a banner of like this is what we're about. There's like the moment that when you start to get into the realms more of like a Democratic apologist, and they'll mention like, well, the polling wasn't there. Do you think Republicans give a flying shit about polling in general? Like, fuck no. They explicitly advocate daily with their whole chest things that aren't popular in polling, but they keep pushing that button over and over again until they've programmed their own people to believe that that's the most important thing. That is what is wholeheartedly missing from anything on the Democratic side. It's not something you fix with podcasters. It is the party itself. The party apparatus does not have a definition of what it means to be a Democrat.
I mean, like, yeah, I don't necessarily entirely disagree with you in terms of like messaging. There's a whole bunch of problems with the Democratic Party, but my problem is I don't think that those problems are like you probably think that the party should go should swerve further left and go Bernie Sanders. I think the party should say, fuck it, we're liberals and we're going to embrace this view and not run away from that label, which is what they did for a long time because Ann Coulter and others basically completely vilified and demonized the word liberal and made it and turned it into a dirty word. So that like Democrats didn't even want to call themselves that.
Well, hold on. To be fair, I don't even care about the word. I don't give a shit about the word. I don't even care about the dynamic of.
I think they should advocate for liberal policies, not socialist far left policies, is what I'm saying.
I don't care about socialist far left. I don't care about liberal. If you started from a foundational aspect of just meeting people's needs, period, kitchen table shit, right? There's a lot of people in red states that are clamoring for like feeling a better sense of being able to take care of their own kids because they feel like that's in jeopardy. If you did something that is just nakedly like, I get it, right? At its core, there was a lot of shit that obviously Kamala would have been better than right now. There was a lot of people that were saying Kamala would be better than Trump. But the point being is that like people with their heads shoved up
would be on like everything, yes. But go on.
But the issue becomes the people that she didn't win over were the ones that aren't plugged in constantly. The ones that aren't the politics nerds. Okay? Like the ones that like, and I've said this like numerous other times, is that if you need a podcaster or a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber to explain how a policy is like really good for everybody, then that candidate fucked up. And I think that was Kamala's downfall. There was tons of things there that she had that probably would have expanded beyond the hyper focus that it was. But if you were a person that was having a hard time making rent, and you heard her say over and over again about a tax credit for first time homeowners, then you didn't think that was for you. Like there was so many of those that across the board, it was like you could look at it and go like, well, okay, that's not going to help me. That's not going to help me. That's not going to help. Well, then none of this shit's really going to help me. Nothing's going to change, which obviously that was fucking wrong. But like, there's people that decided to not vote for her that if I tried to explain to them what Twitch was, they would look at me like I have a dick growing out of my giant forehead. Like that becomes the issue.
I mean, listen, you can say that, like, I would argue that, like, at least some of that was down to, like, she didn't have very much time at all, but also at the same time, well, no, at the same time, the other problem too is like, it's like, I don't, there's just so many things that it boggles my mind that people couldn't look at the two of them and see like, on the other side of this, opposite of her, you have Donald Trump. And remember, like, everything that happened during Donald Trump's first term and, like, just how stupid that was. And, or also, if you're talking about, like, red states or, like, in rural areas where, like, people, like, what is the media diet of these people? And what are the chances that any kind of, like, left-wing populist message is going to reach any of these people without it being fed through the Fox News, this is socialism, like, thing first?
At the end of the day, I think it's a mistake to even think about it in those terms. People know what will help them. I don't think you have to left wing, right wing. You could call, like, you could go ultra fucking turbo conservative with it and call it freedom dollars.
You don't think people vote against their
just,
own interest constantly? Because that seems to be what's happening constantly all the time everywhere, especially like poor rural right-wing voters.
Do that when you constantly put something in front of people that's like means tested and they don't even really understand it or don't see how it applies to them. I think the communication piece has fallen all to shit, especially on anything left of center. So again, right. I think trying to hyperfixate on like, that's really left wing. No, it used to be called just politics and governance. It used to be like your tribe needed more fish, so we fished more and we made sure people got more fish. Like it was shit that was that easy. We've gotten away from that, and I think that's part of the problem.
I think that you are oversimplifying this, and that you think
for the sake of a conversation, yes, but I mean, I think it can be that easy to an extent, yes.
I mean, like, I don't necessarily think that that is the case. I think that like somebody like Bernie can go to like a rural Rust Belt state and talk to people there, and like people can go, ooh, this guy looks cool, and he can fill up a stadium. But at the end of the day, like it doesn't, like that doesn't mean that he's gonna, all those people are gonna come out and vote for them, or maybe they might, but it's still not gonna be the majority of the people in those states. Like there's just so much insane shit that you have to get around with regards to appealing to these people. And like, I mean, it's
that's why I'm saying dumb it down further. Don't rely on any of the language right now that has already been so completely bastardized and vilified. Material conditions, income inequality. You can butch up those concepts, but Americanize the holy living fuck out of them, and connect with people in a way that a Bernie couldn't. Like I think right now, like that Graham Plattner dude in Maine is going to be someone to really pay attention to, because I think he's starting to tap into it. He's got all the fucking the I work down on the dock like bona fides, and has the ability to communicate we should be meeting people's needs better. Like if you worked hard, you shouldn't, I would listen to some of the shit that he said basically.
I mean, like, yeah, I have listened to him, and it's possible, but like, we'll see if he wins the primary.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a wait and see type thing.
But like, if he doesn't win the primary, are you gonna cope about it and say that it was rigged against him by the Democratic establishment, or are you gonna accept that maybe like his message didn't resonate enough with the base of Democratic voters in that state?
I mean, ultimately, there's always a mixture of outside forces and then personal decisions. Right. I mean, there's things that Bernie could have done differently. He could have hit harder. But then ultimately, when you still have all of the news media chiming in that he's going to put people against the wall in Central Park and shit like that, that doesn't help.
He didn't win over the black voters either, which was the other issue.
He made efforts, but then ultimately when you have like someone with, and I tried to say this as well, right? Like failure to make
Latinos.
Well, no, he did really well with Latinos in Nevada, if I remember correctly.
Might have been that was like, yeah.
So, but the point I would make is like failure to secure an endorsement is still a failure, right? Like the one thing that people consistently point to is the fact that James Clyburn was influential in him getting South Carolina, or was it North Carolina? It's one of the Carolinas. Anyway, like, if you don't get somebody's vote that has enough fucking clout that could like sway things for you, that's your problem too. He fucked up. There should have been an answer for that.
Yeah, he didn't court enough endorsements. I remember that was one of the big criticisms of him. Yeah.
And then I think the other really bad thing was that as much as I think Medicare for all is the right answer, personally, when Biden, and I'm going off of like super from memory here, but in one of their debates, Biden basically said, I'm going to have a, he either said single payer or public option. I think it was public option.
Probably a
He
public
goes,
option.
he said, I'll have a public option that'll let you keep your hard fought, union earned healthcare, and you don't have to give that up. And if you don't really know about the mechanics of like the health insurance industry and all these different aspects, or if you're not really plugged into the fact that if you don't have the healthcare piece that you had to fight so hard for as the only thing that your union has won, your union can now go on to win other things. Like that's an avenue for improvement of your condition, not a loss of things. So, but my point being, when Biden threw that on the table, Bernie didn't have a fucking answer for that. That was bad. Because then that was his whole thing. That was almost the entirety of like, he wasn't a single issue candidate, but that was his loudest cannon. And Biden essentially kind of shut that down in the moment, if I remember correctly. So that was also like not good. You should have multiple answers, and you should be able to fucking respond to certain shit. Now, I really hate the fact that Biden didn't so much as even like publish whatever his public option would have looked like, because that goes to the other thing I was talking about, is that it's not something you do in one administration or in one 4-year term. They should have been putting a public option out the day after they finished Obamacare. And even if they weren't going to get the broad support, you need to put that into people's minds over time so that they grow and they start to go like, well, hey, maybe this is a good idea.
I think
that they've never done it.
Obamacare did have a public option in it originally, and they had to take it out to win the blue dogs.
Sure. But then that goes to my point of like, that shouldn't be where you stop. Like, there should be something where we go, you wait like a year, 2 years, tops. You go, this has been great. Look at all these people that are on the thing now, right? You grow, but we're what? How many years removed from that moment? That doesn't last forever.
You're ignoring a whole bunch of shit that happened, like the fact that Obama lost Congress in the 2010 election, and the Republicans that came in were obstructionist as fuck, and they didn't want to work with him. I'm not ignoring that.
I'm saying you should be at least talking about it anyway. That's my point. There's an element there where if you don't constantly hammer that button, remember what I said? I said Republicans don't give a fuck about polling, and they smash the button over and over again until the people that are in their base are programmed to accept that specifically. Democrats don't do that shit.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not that's a good idea, because now you're basically saying that Republicans basically, like, you're saying that it's good that Republicans should just go against the will of the people and pass shit anyway, even if their constituents don't care, or even if their constituents don't want it.
It sends the image that they stand for something, though.
Yeah, but that's not, I don't, that's undemocratic though. I don't want them passing a bunch of shit that the majority of the people don't want.
I'm not saying, hold on. No. There's a misunderstanding here. I'm not saying they should pass whatever that the people don't want. I'm saying they put the message out. They put the identity out. They put the brand out that says this is what we stand for, and we're going to push for this. And then people fucking grow over time to where they go, that's a good thing. The argument here that keeps going back and forth is you can't simultaneously. There's like 3 or 4 different things. There's the Democrats don't have a brand or an image or an identity because it's a big tent party. They can't push anything because the polling isn't there. Well, the polling also isn't there because they haven't had any long-term messaging about where they want to see the vision of the party go. And they can't do that because, again, big tent party and it's polarized government or polarized populace and all that sort of shit. It's a round and round merry-go-round for basically saying they don't ever have to stand on business on anything. They're risk averse. You have to start like just going, you know what, moving forward, this is what we are. This is the definition of what we are. Even if it's more liberal coded at a certain point, I don't give a fuck because I am tired of seeing Republicans win. But you have to say, starting now, this is what we are. If you don't like it, get fucked. But we're going to uphold this particular standard and this particular value, and then we're going to move forward with that. They don't do that.
I mean, if you want them to, like, I guess, like, right now, the most important thing is, like, in order to even achieve that, like, Biden, for example, would have been able to get a lot more done if he had more, if there were more Democrats in the Senate. So he didn't have to care about Manchin and Sinema, but he did have to care about them because there weren't enough Democrats elected in the Senate.
So
And
how do you
yeah.
get more people to give a fuck about getting motivated to go vote for them?
I mean, you have to have good candidates.
You have to have good candidates, sure, but are you just electing faces?
No, I mean, you have to have good candidates that, like, have good policies that appeal to people and stuff like that. You know, like I will say, like, I think AOC is really
kitchen
good,
table
for
shit.
example.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, appealing to kitchen table shit that people understand how it's going to benefit them. And then you also have to have the mechanism on the back end where they take credit for their wins, which was something Biden wasn't really fully capable of doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's another problem that I have just in general, is that, like, Trump is going to come in and take credit for, like, all the good stuff that the CHIPS Act did, because the Democrats are the Democrats are not good at messaging, and, like, I think that is an entirely fair criticism against them. And I think that, like, I think it is sad that a quote from Jon Stewart that I watched him say live on Larry King Live, like, back in, like, 2005 or 2006, which was something to the effect of, if you look at the Democrats, they got like 50% of the vote and 3% of the power. And at a certain point you go, guys, pick up your game. Yeah, because that's a perception of them. The Democrats are just like, they're really terrible politicians. And, like, yeah, I long for the days of LBJ when they were much better politicians. And, like, they could, like, basically, like, when they were good legislators and they could get things done and stuff. Like, yeah, like, the Democratic Party has a whole bunch of problems. However, like, I don't, thank you for at least admitting that they're not the same as the Republican Party, because holy fuck. Like, yeah, and I still think they're quite far away from the Republican Party, but the issue is that they're very bad at communicating that fact and the things that they are in favor of or whatever. Like, do you think Obama did a good job of that, at least, that he had, like, a vision and a message that he pushed?
I think he was too concerned with trying to be like the great uniter, and it wasn't until, like, maybe the 7th or 8th year of his presidency that he kind of snapped out of it, and at that point it was too late. He was far too interested in, like, grand bargains as opposed to,
I mean,
taking like the infrastructure that he had, the charisma that he had. I think a president, I'm not trying to, like, I think the Green Lantern thing that Hutch says is fucking stupid, because the element of trying to say that, like, well, we just want them to be superheroes, maybe that's true to an extent, but that involves, like, a much more open display of fighting than I think that we've seen in
no,
10 or
it's
15
not.
years.
It's not that you want them to be superheroes. It's that you overestimate the amount that you think that the president can do without Congress. And unless you want all presidents to act like Trump, which nobody should want, that, like, that's not really, like, true. Like, you need Congress. And unfortunately, for, like, the majority of Obama's presidency, except for, like, his first 2 years, Republicans were controlling Congress, and that fucked him over a great deal. And yeah, he had no choice but to try to work with them, because otherwise nothing was going to get done at all. And they did their damnedest to make sure nothing got done, because Republicans aren't great at getting shit done, but they're really good at breaking shit and obstructing.
No, they're a minoritarian obstructionist party, 100%. They are happy when things do not work, so they can point to the things not working and say, see, government can't do anything. I've been telling you guys this, when they're the reason why government doesn't work in the first place. I agree with you 100%. But now you're at this crossroads, right? You can't promise anything because you don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers because you can't promise anything.
Well, you can say, these are my policies. These are the things that I will do. And, like, and then you, yeah.
But when you don't express any sort of long-term goals, and you're tying that to trying to tie that to, like, voter turnout, right? I think that there's a reality where Kamala could have said, like, okay, I think most of the apologists are going to turn around and say she couldn't offer anything that was crazy or bold because she didn't have the numbers, which would have been 100% true. But I think when you have an honest conversation, especially when you have as many good faith softball interviews that she did have, when you go, look, here's what I would like to do. Here's the vision I would have for the American people, but I need people voting for people that are going to back me up in Congress every step of the way in every state. You can't sit back and think that you're a blue state and maybe you sit this one out. I need literally everybody to go out to the polls. I need huge numbers in the House, huge numbers in the Senate. And if I get that, this is what I want to do. This is my vision. And go fucking bolder than just a bunch of fucking tax cuts that people think don't actually really affect them. I understand they do, but a lot of people didn't think that they did. There's a means of tying together like big picture grand designs, but you're very honest and you say, I can only do this if the American public turns out to the voting booth. And then that way, when you fucking fail, well, guess what? Like when the radical lefty with the Hassan t-shirt on is like, why didn't you do this? You at least have something you can point back to and say, I tried to get the American public to come out. I said I wanted to do literally the thing that you wanted, but I didn't get the votes.
I mean, yeah, no, like you can't say like I don't find like any of that to be terribly objectionable, like what you just said in terms of like messaging.
That's a big ass cat.
Is he? Is he a big ass cat? He weighs 13 pounds. Yes, he is. He's
Anyway, I think I bored the shit out of your viewers for long enough. But thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for the convo. We will talk again another time.
Sure.
All right.
Toodles.
Yep, bye. Mina, I'm sorry. If you want to come in and explain what you were going to come in, you can, but like he did have to go very clearly. So yeah, like I don't think that he would, like we were in a private call for a reason. But if you want, like you can, I think are you in my Discord? If you are, you can come into, my waiting room or whatever. And because I'm curious as to what it was that you had to say. Like there was obviously certain things there that I probably needed to have or that I should have known, but yeah. If I didn't give you perms, I can give you perms. Oh, you do have perms. I think you're a mod, aren't you? Oh, you know, you're VIP. Hello, Mina.
Yeah, hi. Sorry if I sound sick.
It's okay.
That's because I am.
Oh, no.
Again. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Actually, wait, can you just give me 1 second? Because if I don't do this now, then I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go and start the oven on preheating. Can you just like talk to chat? I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, chat. How's chat doing? Why is Mina always say, dude, it comes with the territory of being a parent, okay? If you ever have a child, you'll understand. They're just walking, talking, germ factories. Anyways, how did chat enjoy that debate?
Hello. Okay.
Oh, big boy.
Oh yeah, you've got a cat too.
Yeah, she's sleeping on my head right now.
That's so awesome. Like just like
on
your head.
Yeah, she's on what kind of on my head? Hold on. Yeah, she's. Oh no. Okay, let's look.
Aww.
She's on my head.
Oh my god.
Thank you, baby.
She's so cute. If I'll show them if you want me to, but if
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, hold on.
Snoot. Snooty.
Aww.
My other cat is sleeping in the cat tree.
Cat
my mom's
tree.
cat.
Oh, is
yeah.
Aw. Yeah, your cat is so cute. Aww.
She's a stinky rat.
I like how she's like sleeping above your head, like yeah.
Yeah, she usually sleeps on my pillow. I have 2 pillows.
Mm-hmm.
So I put one pillow next to me, and then she just lays on top of that pillow whilst I sleep on my pillow.
Aw, that's cute. My cat does that too as well. He has there's like I've got like a sort of body pillow thing behind me that's like a headboard, and then yeah, and my cat likes to sleep on it. like above my head, or he just likes to sleep on my pillow wrapped around my head, which is very, very cute. Usually, and then he purrs real loud in my ear because he wants me to get up and feed him at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, my mom's cat is like an old lady. She's, I think, almost 12 years old now. And she's basically like a baby. She's just like so affectionate, but she really just either wants food or just wants to cuddle. Otherwise, you can usually find her underneath the bed and like not wanting anything to do with anybody.
Yeah, they do spend their entire lives in perpetual kittenhood, being spoiled by people. Bill says that
Yes.
Loner Cord seems to have a major cat bias. Yes, we do. It's
Yeah, we're just a bunch of cat ladies.
Oh, Dante,
I think
I miss my cat. He got
Aw.
martyred. Oh, what? I assume he got martyred. I assume he means in the
That's a bit
traditional
fucked.
Islamic way of dying. Aw. Oh my God. She just like puts her head down so that she's like in front of you, like buried against you. That's so cute.
Yeah.
She loves you.
Yeah, she's my baby.
How old is she?
She is 4 years old. She's a year older than my daughter, so yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh. Bibo 9.
Oh.
Bibo. Bibo. Maybe the other one will come too. Bibo. But they don't like each other. They're the ladies are having a beef. They're beefing.
Uh-oh. Can I help you,
Bibo
sir?
9. Where is she? I heard her jump down from the cat tree. Oh well.
Are you on your computer?
I mean, yeah, I'm on my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my computer. I just lay in bed with my laptop.
Based.
That's what I do.
Not gonna lie, I fell asleep during that debate. Well, thanks, Chase. I mean, I don't know. I've fallen asleep during debates too, although never a debate that Loner has had, but I have fallen
Yeah, I've
asleep.
just been playing video games in the background.
Based. What did you?
There she goes.
Oh no! What issues did you want to share?
Yeah, basically, I'm gonna turn off my camera.
That's fine.
Basically, there was a bunch of stuff. There was the stuff about defense, which I'm sure you know my position on already. Oh no, they're scrapping.
Oh no.
Basically, you already know that the reason Western countries are giving munitions to Israel is so they can be more precise about their strikes. They do have imprecise munitions. They do have like just because something is a 2,000-pound bomb doesn't mean that 2,000-pound bomb isn't precise. When you compare this, it's easily comparable with, like, for example, Russia. Russia's munitions are way less precise than America's munitions. And that means they need to use more, like, pounds of, what's it called again? Explosive, right? It needs to
tonnage.
Yeah, it needs to be, there needs to be more explosive in the ordnance for it to actually hit the intended object, because if you have a less precise ordnance, you need bigger range of explosive so you actually hit the thing that you wanted to hit, right? So when you have something like a 2,000-pound bomb, the equivalent to that, like a Russian equivalent to that would be way, way more, probably like double or triple the explosive of like what America would use to actually hit the intended target.
Oh,
Now,
yeah, yeah.
right. Now you can like chalk that down to, I don't know, less good quality of ordnance, blah blah blah. It doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day, right? What matters is that if there is a target, which usually there is, like I don't think that they just go and, I don't know, drop ordnance that costs a bunch of money on like people that have no significance to them. Like, of course, there's going to be in a part like as dense as Gaza, part of the world as dense as Gaza, there's going to be casualties that have nothing to do with Hamas. There's sadly like no other way to go about this because this is specifically like what Hamas wanted. They wanted people to die, and they're going to make sure that like they always embed themselves within other people, like other groups of people.
Yeah.
And like if he said like, oh, they dropped like so and so many times the ordnance of like Hiroshima and Nagasaki or something like that. Like, yeah, Gaza would have looked like that. Like, the reason Gaza is looking like that, even if they had taken out all of the civilian people in Gaza, Gaza would have looked like that at the end of the day. Gaza is just a small piece of land with a lot of infrastructure on it. And if they built tunnels underneath that infrastructure, Gaza would have looked like that, regardless of whether they would have hit the targets or not. Gaza is just Gaza. What are you supposed to do about it? You can't just, I don't know, like lift the infrastructure up, place it on a different piece of land, and then just bomb the ground. Like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, no, yeah, I know. There's so much stuff. Like Gaza is incredibly like it's such a small piece of land. Like I think like the fact that people were able to basically like walk back, like I think like can you not like walk across it like within a single day? I think like a few hours. You can certainly drive across the entirety of it from top to bottom, I think like within like a couple of hours. Like it's so tiny. I was pretty blown away when I looked that up, and how small Israel is too, and how it's possible to like get from one end of the country to another without it taking like that long. Like everywhere
Yeah,
is
it's tiny.
and yeah, it's
So,
just
like one argument I usually like to give, like as like a devil's advocate, is yes, Israel had the responsibility to take care of the civilians, and there is ways to do that. There is ways to go about that without like incurring some like massive casualties or something like that. Like, for example, before they went in, they could have separated some parts of the civilian population, like, for example, children, their mothers, pregnant people, elderly, sick people, and stuff like
yeah.
that, to put in a shelter outside of Gaza, whether that be in the Sinai or in the Negev. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? People are still gonna people are crying about what is it called, ethnic
Ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement.
yeah, they call like
Yeah, they think
people will
that
cry about ethnic cleansing about less, like at least making sure that the civilian population is taken care of with food and medication and like schools and whatever, like so long as like that could have been a given, like at least then we could talk about like, okay, now we don't have an actual, like, maybe there still would have been like a humanitarian crisis because obviously Hamas doesn't want people to leave. But then at least like you at least took care of the children, which is like a huge part of the population of Gaza, and make sure that like the sick people get treated and don't just fucking die in their fucking tents, and most people don't like get buried in the rubble.
Yeah. By the way, hold on. Bomber of Doom. She's not saying that people in Israel should push women and children to the Sinai. That's insane.
No.
She's saying
I'm
that they
saying
should
that
have
they
set up a safe zone for them and like actually made it be
Yes.
a safe zone. Like they should have held an area. Yeah, this is something that I have long like that I have argued about too. That like
There's just no
yeah,
political
this-
will for it. That Israel doesn't have the political will for it, and Egypt didn't have the political will for it. What would be the steps? You would separate the people between like population groups. Like you have the children, you have the pregnant people, you have the sick people, you have the elderly. You can clearly like identify these people. It's not something that you could, I don't know, fucking lie about.
Wait,
You can't
Bomber
lie
of
about being
Doom. She didn't say Egypt. Why do you think that it was going to be in Egypt? It doesn't need to be in Egypt. Why can't Israel just hold on to a part of Gaza and make it be there? Why?
I'm saying, look, you can have them in the Negev desert, you can have them in the Sinai Peninsula. It doesn't fucking matter to me where they go as long as they're safe and taken care of. So long as they are not suffering the shit that they're suffering through right now. I don't give a fuck what people call it. If they want to call it ethnic cleansing, go ahead. I don't give a flying rat's ass. If I was a woman in Gaza with my fucking 3-year-old daughter, I would rather just go into the Sinai desert and make sure that my daughter is taken care of, or go to the Negev and make sure my daughter is taken care of, rather than sitting in that fucking shithole of Gaza that is being like, that is in a literal civil war right now because men can't fucking get shit in their head. This is all because of men, by the way.
Based feminism.
This is all because of men. Men are the scourge of humanity. Anyways.
Yeah, no, goddamn Bomber of Doom. I feel like you are, like that. It's not, no, this is something that has been mentioned frequently. Like, yeah. Also, I imagine that Israel probably could have, they probably could have secured some sort of deal with Egypt to allow like right across, like in the Sinai or whatever, some sort of like refugee camp. It's just obviously the issue
They
with
could have
that
literally
is-
just said, look, we will rent out this plot of land from you. We will give you money. We will put it right next to the Gaza border, right? We will literally just put it right there, and then we will put the people, after we're done in Gaza, we'll put the people right back after it's built up. It would literally be way better than letting them sit in fucking tents, being flooded by fucking rain, and living in fucking shit, and being harassed by Hamas day in, day out. Like,
yeah.
what kind of life is that?
No, yeah,
What
no,
kind, like
yeah.
fucking moving them every second day, moving them from one area to another, whilst they're fucking starving to death. What kind of life is that?
No,
What,
yeah,
that's not
I
a lie,
agree.
right? It's,
Yeah,
no, Egypt's true reason is that they're scared that Israel will not let the refugees back. But if Israel implicitly and explicitly says that this is a temporary situation, we will give the manpower for this situation. Yes, there's no political will for it, but this is my fucking idea and my fucking solution to this issue. And I agree when people get fucking upset at Israel. When people get upset at Israel, I fucking agree, because this was a thing they could have done.
Also, to be
If
fair,
even fucking little old me can come up with this fucking bullshit,
I think
then
that,
I'm sure Israel can do this easily.
I think that
if they
if
had the
the
will for it.
United States had gone to Egypt and said, "Hey, guess what? You know what? We guarantee that the Gazans will be allowed back." And if they could like 100% guarantee that, I imagine Egypt probably would have, like, they would have had to have accepted, you know, because that's usually.
They could have literally made a deal with the Arab League about it, like they're doing right now, like how they're talking about, like, this is what the day after is supposed to look like. They could have literally just sat down with the Arab League and said, here, guys, we want this and this to happen. Can you guys help us, please? And this is not something that, like, yeah, they have the responsibility to do this. I understand. I understand that they hate Hamas. I understand. I understand every fucking Arab head of state hates Hamas. They're the, like, anyways, it doesn't fucking matter.
I think it would have been a
doesn't matter.
temporary thing that they could have done. But yeah, like
Yes.
we've talked about this a whole bunch until they had built up something on the Gazan side of the border or whatever. I think that there's a whole
They're
bunch
scared
of
of, like, yes, it's a national security risk. I'm sure they both have enough military power to make sure it's not a security risk, though. It's fine. If you just have a fucking camp full of women, children, elderly, and sick people, I'm sure you're gonna be fine. I'm sure you're gonna be just dandy.
Yeah,
The
if that's
security
something-
concern
yeah.
from those groups of people, I'm sure is manageable. Anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so that was something that you wanted to mention with regards to like the whole like
Yeah.
I hate that whole like it's self-defense shit. That's insane. Also, hey Maruzzi, I see you linked me this article. This is holy fuck. Goddamn, this Politico exclusive. Leaked messages expose I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans racist chat. Damn.
Oh, this happens like every week in my country.
That's very unfortunate. Oh, what is it like from the AD or the god damn it, the
yeah, the AFD.
The AFD, geez. I can't believe I forgot. Yeah.
Dude, just I think today there was a news article about somebody from the AFD not like they're in the parliament and they didn't notify the parliament and they also didn't notify their security service that they went to China and they met a fucking Chinese spy in China.
Oh my god.
It's just some fucking bullshit like that. Every fucking week there's some stupid fucking nonsense.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is unhinged.
I'm sorry, can you please enlighten me on the military and security truths that you have but I do not?
Oh my god. Hey,
like what exactly are we talking about here in reality? Like you're just trying to like patronize my opinion about this because you think it's not going to happen or is not feasible. Like I understand that it's not feasible. I've said that. I've said that the concern with security is negligible. I think that it's manageable because other countries have done it before in other countries, like for example Afghanistan. Like it makes no sense to me that how other countries can do this, but what are like Middle Easterners just fucking retarded? They're too stupid to do this? Like I don't it doesn't make sense to me.
Hey.
Oh. Hey.
Oh no. Oh no. Bomber of Doom, if you want to talk about it, you're free to like come into the waiting room if you're like this salty. If that's okay with you, Mina. I don't know why. I feel like
I don't care. You can move him in if he wants.
Okay, well he's not in the waiting room, so I don't know if he
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god, Kipo is like actually fighting with Sophie right now.
Uh-oh, you need to break it up.
Yeah, 1 moment.
Bomber of Doom, I don't know why you're talking about Hamas or Hamasniks or whatever. Like that's not what we're talking about here. We were just saying like it would be nice if like the civilians had a place to go, like the women and the children is what we were saying. Why are you saying like Islamists? We're just talking about like women and kids from Gaza. We're not talking about Hamas people or Hamas fighters. Like, you don't think that, like, these are all the same groups, do you?
Well, that would explain a lot.
I mean, I'm wondering, because, like, I feel like he's broadening this out to include, like, people that we're not talking about. No one's talking about fighting with Hamas in the Sinai. No one's talking about bringing Hamas in. We're talking about, like, women and kids.
Is this just the meme of, like, the kids had Hamas in their head or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and by the way, like, when I say kids, like, I'm talking about, you know, like teenagers and younger, or maybe, you know, like, not, yeah, like, I'm not talking about, like, young men. What do you mean the Hamas militants wouldn't smuggle within the, like, what do you think, like, the
Smuggle what?
12-year-old kid is, like, everybody would be checked to ensure that there were no weapons being brought in, obviously.
Like, how do you think people are, like, how do you think fighting the IDF is checking people right now? Like, they're literally, like, stripping them bare bones and, like, making sure they're not, like, fucking, like, when they incarcerate them, putting them in detention, they literally make sure they don't have any weapons. Like, I don't give a fuck if I have to strip in front of a fucking soldier just to make sure that my daughter is fed.
What? Oh my God, Spider! I don't know what happened in GHF checkpoint. What do you mean? What happened in GHF checkpoints? Like, the GHF didn't have, the GHF thing was garbage.
Dude, the GHF was way after all of the bullshit happened. If you had done this from the very beginning, before you went and fucking obliterated the shit out of Gaza, the humanitarian crisis would not be the same as it was right now. But it's fine. If you just want to bring up random fucking talking points, that's fine too. I don't give a fuck. But it makes no sense. Like, everything that you're saying, just the arguments, you're like, we're like talking past each other. You're like on lane A and I'm on lane Y in terms of, like,
Yeah,
I
like, I don't. No, I haven't read the article yet, Chase, because we've all been talking. And also, I'm going to end stream soon because I'm hungry and I want to have my dinner. Also, oh yeah,
before you
Funky
have dinner.
Tortoise says it's mandatory to have a female soldier for the search if it makes it better. Yeah. Oh,
Look. It's the old lady.
oh my God.
She's a grumpy lady right now. She's not happy. Yeah. She's just growling.
Oh, she's a little void.
Oh, she's hissing.
Oh my gosh.
What is wrong? What is wrong? She's so mad. She's so mad because I stopped her from, like, fighting with my other cat. Okay. Kipo, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm doing this for your own good. If Sophie wanted to, she could brutalize you. She's younger than you. You're an old lady.
Oh no. We agreed that Hamas would not let the children.
Yeah, I already did one earlier. I really don't care what people think of what I look like.
We agreed that Hamas would not let the children and women to leave, and we are arguing that if they would let them go, they wouldn't let them go alone because that's a Arab and Muslim thing. I mean, like, this whole notion is that, like, the idea here would be that they would that this would be happening in an area captured by the IDF already. And like Funky already pointed out, the IDF has a good idea of who the Hamas militants are as well, in general.
Okay, dude, now you're just being fucking racist, by the way. Like, I'm Arab. I know I know what you're talking about. It doesn't fucking matter if it's has to do with life or death. Muslims are not gonna give a flying fuck about their religion or their, like, if they have to, if they're starving, they can eat pig meat. It doesn't matter. If there's life or death issues, you're gonna go with the path that leads you to life. Okay? Like, they're not gonna say, oh, but my husband, he's the head of my family, I can't leave him here, I can't go by myself. Women also have brains, I'm sorry to tell you. Like, I'm sorry that... By the way, women, in the majority of, like, Arab countries, women are the ones that make the decisions for the family. Like, you can ask any Palestinian about that. You can ask any Arab about that. If some man, like, the women are the ones that know what to go grocery shopping for. The women know what needs to be done in the household.
Yes.
Like, men are just there to bring in the money. That's usually how it goes. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think about what Islam is or not.
Like, I don't know. I feel like Sev's talked so much about like Arab women and like how scary they are and whatnot. And like, yeah, so
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a
like,
I think that's
don't
silly.
give a fuck what the question is. If it works or not, you should at least try it. It's worth a try, rather than, I don't know, having civilians being buried in rubble, eating their own shit to survive, like starving to death because they can't have anything. Children literally gnawing their fingers off of their hands because their mothers can't give breast milk. Like, what kind of fucking life is that?
Yeah, it's just Bomber of Doom, if you're not gonna come in, are you gonna come in? If you're not going to, then I'm gonna end the stream.
Alright.
Because I am hungry. Yeah. But,
alright.
yeah.
I hope you have a good food.
I shall, and thank you very much. Oh, hi, buddy. Thanks for the
Give him a
contribution.
good scritch. Give him a good scritchy scritch.
I shall, yeah. You give yours some scritches too, as they hopefully don't kill each other.
Yeah, she has calmed down now because I'm giving her chin scritches.
Aww.
Alright.
Alright, yeah.
See you around.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, chat. Bye-bye, Kalinda.
Bye. Oh yeah, thanks, Chase. Yeah, I'm gonna upload that sooner rather than later. Hopefully by tomorrow I will have that out and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks very much, guys. I believe that will you finish the video tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. There might be some stuff that I might want to look up, but yeah. Oh, also, yeah, so you guys can always go see Guy. Guy is streaming right now. I cannot redirect because I do not have 1,000 subs. If you guys have not, if any of you in this chat haven't subscribed yet, please smash the sub button and like the stream. That would be really good. Yeah. Alrighty. Anyway, have a good one, everybody. Bye.